Welcome to the May 5th, 2021 special meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. It's a budget hearing, and we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you call the roll, please, Ms. Clerk?
Certainly. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much. Let's read item 1 into the record, and how we'll handle public comment is we'll have public comment at the end of each presentation. And today it's fire, information technology, and waterfront. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk, I got ahead of you.
Oh, very good. Item 1, fiscal year 2022 recommended operating and capital budget.
And I think fire is going first. Mr. Lectie, are you there? And am I saying your name? Oh, it's Chief Mills. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Murillo, council members. Good morning. Chris Males, your fire chief, here to present the fiscal year 2022 budget on behalf of the fire department. Thanks for spending some time with us this morning. With me, I also have our fire business manager, Ron Lichty, and I also have our fire marshal, Joe Poirier, if there's any questions that need to be asked. So we have about 21 slides, and we'll take a few minutes to go through it. I'm going to give part of the presentation, and then Ron Lichty will give part of the presentation. So without any further ado, next slide, please. Today, we're going to go over the department overview, the status of the department, and just give you just a high-level look at what our fire department is all about, how many stations we have, etc. We're going to go over some program highlights. We'll go over a little bit about what we've accomplished in the last year. As we know, this has been a life-altering event for everyone in society with COVID. We'll talk a little bit about how it's affected our firefighters and also how it's affected the call volume and calls for service in the city. Then Mr. Lichty will give a budget overview. And then we'll come back to me and we'll talk a little bit about the budgetary reductions, how we came about the reductions due to COVID-19. And then we'll finish up on a positive note with some recent program achievements and what we hope to accomplish in the next year. Next slide. So department overview. Next slide, please. So our fire department is set up like most of our size. This is what we call an org chart, or more appropriately, an organizational chart. Our fire department is set up with 1 fire chief and 3 divisions, which include the administration division, the operations division, which is the lion's share of the department, and also the prevention division. So we're really looking at, when we look at this organizational chart, we're really looking at about 105 full-time equivalent employees. Of those, 98 are sworn and 89 are assigned to operations, or to what we would call the actual fire apparatus. Again, we have 3 divisions. We have a total of 7 programs, and those include administration, operations, aircraft rescue firefighting, or what we call ARF, wildland, Office of Emergency Services and Public Education, and fire prevention. Next slide, please. So fire programs, next slide. So operations and aircraft rescue firefighting, I'm putting those together because that's really what the public sees most often. They see our 8 fire stations. And again, we have 89 full-time equivalents. Our firefighters work a 48-hour schedule. They work 48 hours on, and then they have 96 hours off. Now, while that sounds like a nice schedule, we are entering into what's looking to promise to be a really significant wildland season once again. And so our firefighters are tasked with working a lot of extra shifts, especially in the summertime, to cover our obligations to provide mutual aid throughout the state and beyond. So on a daily basis, as in today, May 5th, Wednesday, we have 29 firefighters on duty. They are all on duty at the 8 fire stations. Those firefighters consist of one battalion chief who supervises all 8 fire stations. We have 7 fire stations that consist of 3-person crew, a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter. And then we have our aircraft rescue firefighting station, which is a captain and 2 engineers. There's 2 engineers there because each one of them drives one of the 2 apparatus. And then we also have a 4-person truck crew. Our ladder truck is comprised of 4 people, and they also cross-staff our heavy rescue. We have an urban search and rescue, heavy rescue, one of 2 in the county that's available for deployment within the county or beyond. This crew also provides aid to a regional task force. We have personnel that are assigned to this task force on a daily basis that can be deployed for anything from an earthquake to a fire in an urban area. Our deployment last summer with our urban search and rescue unit was a deployment up north to a fire that went through entire neighborhoods in a town. So our minimum on-duty staffing is 29. It's really important to talk about this for a second. We don't run short. We don't close fire stations. I always tell friends of mine, I said, it's not like operating a store where you can run short with a couple of employees for the day and your customers might wait a little bit longer. That's not acceptable in the fire department. We don't brown out fire stations. We staff fire stations 24/7. And it's really important. We're going to talk about our 52 mutual aid responses that we went on. As soon as we send a crew out on an incident beyond our immediate jurisdiction, we are on the phone backfilling and getting people to come in and cover, because we don't want our own city to be compromised when we send firefighters out across California on incidents. So again, our minimum daily staffing is 29. Next slide, please. So operations, suppression, and ARF, we had about 10,000 calls last year, or 2020. That was actually down a little bit, and I'll share why it was down. But of those 10,000 plus calls, I believe it was actually 10,214 calls. 400 of those calls were fires, 350 were hazardous condition calls, and about 7,200 were medical. This is really common with the municipal fire department to run between 70 and 80% medical calls. In the last 2 quarters, we've been around 74 to 76% medical. That is a great majority of our responses. But as you know, our fire stations are built and set up for fire response. So not only do we respond to medicals, but it's really important that we have what's called an effective response force, or ERF. We have to have an effective response force to be able to mitigate a fire, or more than one fire that occurs in the city at any one given time. Our life safety and fire inspections were about 2,000 last year. That was down a little bit. And then additionally, I mentioned we had 52 mutual aid responses. Now that does not include what we would call automatic aid responses. And what I mean by that is an automatic aid response is where our jurisdiction might be closer than the jurisdiction who has authority. And what I mean by that is, let's say areas up in the San Roque area that might be county, but our fire department is closer. So we send one of our engines. That's automatic aid. That happens every day. What the 52 mutual aid responses are is mutual aid typically outside our county. So to fires beyond. For example, I went to the Castle fire last summer and spent a week up in the Sequoias. That would be a mutual aid response. Okay, it's really important to note that this was significantly up from the previous years. And in fact, the fire department billed nearly $3 million in mutual aid cost recovery for incidents throughout California this last fire season. We typically budget for about $1 million, and we were close to $3 million. So that should give you an idea of how busy our firefighters were over the summer. Remember that every time a firefighter is out, like for example, when I was out up in the Sequoias, they're backfilling me in the city because they have to ensure protection for the city. Next slide, please. So fire training and recruitment. During COVID, we ran a fire academy, and we ran academy number 42. We were able to run 10 firefighters through an academy last spring and bring 10 firefighters on duty during COVID. We are already in the initial planning stages of running Academy 43. That is slated to start sometime in July of 2023. And we'll talk about the cost deferral for that, because what we did was we delayed the academy a couple of months. 100% of our firefighters maintain emergency medical technician certification. Very important. That is the baseline medical certification for all firefighters. We're also trained in defibrillation. We are also trained and allowed to carry naloxone or Narcan for narcotic overdoses. Our firefighters are also carrying glucose, oral glucose for diabetic problems. And this next year, I'm very pleased to say that we are in the initial planning stages of carrying epinephrine, which is used for allergic or severe anaphylactic reactions, say to a bee sting. Our firefighters are going to start carrying that. We're in the initial stages in planning and training for that. Over 1,000 hours of training is done annually, and that's a very conservative number because our firefighters are training all the time. They may go down to the tower for 2 or 3 hours and the captain logs it as 2 hours when in fact they were down there for 2 or 3 hours. But our firefighters every single day are training and they're ready to respond to the myriad of emergencies that occur within our city. Additionally, we conduct live fire training for all operations personnel. That's actually an OSHA mandate. We are required to put our firefighters through a controlled live fire training evolution annually. So 100% of our firefighters do that. It doesn't matter that maybe the shift before they were on a significant structure fire and had a live fire emergency. We still have to put them through a live training evolution. And we do that down at our drill tower with our live fire training boxes or system. We have a couple of different ways to train them in live fire. Next slide, please. So our fire prevention and wildland fire mitigation, we had a significant event occur this year, which you are all a part of. We completed our community wildfire protection plan, and we were able to implement that plan with final council approval. This is a big deal. It updated a plan that was several years old. And we spent a great deal of time and effort. It was a multi-year project headed by our wildland fire specialist, Amber Anderson, with great oversight by our fire marshal, Joe Porre. And we have been able to begin the implementation phase of our wildfire protection plan. We conducted 80 fire investigations. That is bringing in a fire investigator to discover the cause and origin of a fire. That doesn't mean that they come to every single fire. Example, if we have a car fire and somebody says, hey, I just had my car worked on and they worked on the fuel line, and we look at the car and we go, well, look, the fuel line is broken or it came disconnected. We don't need a fire investigator for that. Our engine company captains are qualified and trained to make that low level determination of cause and origin. We call out our investigators when we really need to figure out the cause and origin and if this is likely to go further and move into the legal system. We also conducted 14 miles of vegetation road clearance, 5 acres of vegetation management and fuels reduction. We will be increasing that over the next few years with our wildland fire protection plan. We also did 1,675 building plan reviews. That's our fire prevention division. They do plan reviews and new construction checks. They're part of the city planning process. A building does not get built without the fire department's fingerprint on it to look that it's being built fire safe and within fire code, both uniform building code and fire code. Next slide, please. Our emergency services and public education. As you know, our city's emergency services manager physically sits at the fire department. Yolanda McGlinchey is our emergency services manager, but she works for the entire city. An emergency manager does not just silo within the fire department and work for just the fire department. She truly works for the entire city and for all of the city government. It's actually one change that I'll be making to the organizational chart coming up in the next year is that we'll be having Ms. McGlinchey report to me because she has so much input with the entire community. So small change in an organizational chart that we'll talk about. Most importantly with emergency services is they provide the Emergency Operations Center training, guidance, and most important, staffing when there's an actual incident. Now we can ramp up our Emergency Operations Center to one of 3 levels. And sometimes it's a level 3, level 2, or level 1. It depends on how significant the emergency is and whether it's likely to affect the city or not. Over 200 volunteer service hours were coordinated this last year. We also did 4 CERT trainings. Some of those were bilingual. And as you know, our public education outreach coordinator, Liliana Encinas, is an incredible asset to our fire department, and she provides much needed education, training, and community outreach to our community. We also had 800 students participate in the Fire Safety House over the last year, which is done with 3rd graders at all of the city's elementary schools. Next slide, please. So what I'd like to do next is I'd like to bring Ron Lichty in really quickly. But one thing I wanted to share with you before we do, I alluded to it earlier, COVID has had a significant impact on our department. It's really interesting to see that actually our call volume was down last year. And the reason for that is that when the lockdown occurred in March and extended well into the summer months, people really heeded that lockdown. There was not as many people out on the streets. There were not as many car accidents. There were not as many bicycle accidents, et cetera. So our call volume actually went down by about 500 calls this last year. But that call volume has returned to pre-COVID levels. And in fact, in talking to our medical director, who is an emergency physician at Cottage Hospital, they actually saw their hospital census go down for a while, and now it has really also returned to pre-COVID levels. So it's really important to note that we saw a bit of an anomaly with our call volume going down. Nationwide, during the first closure of the country, traffic accidents were down 40% across the United States. So with people staying at home, obviously, they're more safe. And so we did see a decrease in call volume. But also, what's very important is we also shut down a lot of fire department activities that were not directly incident related. We stopped building inspections, we stopped public education, we stopped in-fire station tours. We really did our best to sequester our firefighters in the station. We limited multi-company drills. And we've slowly been ramping that back up. And we have a plan starting July 1st to bring building inspections back. We'll be starting with the highest risk. We'll be looking at apartment complexes before life hazard, before we start really looking at businesses. So some of our activities went down. You'll likely see a decrease in multi-company training, but you'll see probably an increase in company level training because our firefighters in the stations were conducting drills, et cetera. But it's just interesting to note that some numbers will have dropped due to COVID. So what I'd like to do now is bring in our fire department business manager, Ron Lichty. He would like to provide a brief overview of our actual budget. Ron?
Thank you, Chief Males. Next slide, please. Good morning, Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm here to talk to you about the fire department's fiscal year 22 recommended budget. This first slide shows you overall we're recommending a $31.5 million budget, and our fire department consists of 3 funds: the general fund, Wildland Fire Benefit Assessment District Fund, and the Fire Equipment Replacement Fund. The general fund, as you can see, accounts for 99% of our total expenditures, and it's where really most of our costs are. The Wildland Fire Benefit Assessment District Fund is a special revenue fund that was created for fire mitigation in the high fire hazard zone portions of the city, mainly the foothills and the urban interface sections. And the Fire Equipment Replacement Fund was established 6 years ago to account for major purchases the fire department has to incur on a regular basis. Current funding doesn't meet the needs of the department at the moment, and we're making plans to address this in the next budget cycle. Currently, this fund basically makes equipment purchases for the mobile data computing system, our MDC system. And that's the IT tech equipment and fire, and like iPads, laptops, and modems that are on our fire engines and keeps them connected. Next slide, please. So this is our fire department's general fund recommendation for the 22 budget. And the column fiscal year 22 recommended is a total of $31,217,000. And we can see at the bottom line that this is an increase of 4.18% over the adopted budget from fiscal year 21, the current cycle we're in. And that 4.1% increase is about a $1.2 million increase to the budget. And that's primarily consists of salaries and benefits. The top line, you can see $520,000 increase, 1.92%. The majority of our costs are in salaries and benefits. About 88% of the general fund's expenditures are salaries and benefits. And this projection for this recommended budget is based on finance department estimations and allocations going in based on MOUs and contract agreements. The next line is allocated costs, and we see a 5.8% increase, $155,000. And as you know from other departments, allocated costs are those services the fire department receives from other city departments for operations. For the fire department, we use a lot of facilities maintenance and planned maintenance. That's for our fire stations themselves, our 8 fire stations, and our main office. And it's also for computer infrastructure, and we see an increase in utilities in the budget. Supplies and services has a small increase of 2.59%. And then looking at the final line, COVID op reductions, you see in fiscal year 21, we had a target of $759,000, and we're projecting to eliminate that completely by the year end. So we're making reductions to impact the budget of that much in fiscal year 21 that we're currently in. Now, and we see in the fiscal year 22 budget only $210,000. But this is just the amount of money that we have remaining to save during the fiscal year as it occurs. These represent salary savings that we should achieve with vacant positions. But this $210,000 is not the entirety of our reductions this year. We have another $1.3 million in reductions, but they come in different ways. They come in revenues and a shifting of the fire academy, and we'll see that later. But suffice it to say that our $210,000, we're meeting our COVID target reductions of about 1.5 million. Next slide, please. So this chart just shows the proportional spending in the general fund by program. And the first 3 programs are aircraft, rescue and firefighting, training and recruitment operations. Those are really provide the majority of firefighting services and emergency response to the public. And they account together about 88% of our budget. The next 3 programs, wildland fire mitigation prevention and emergency services, fall under our prevention bureau, and they're about 8% of our budget. And then completing our department is administration, and that's 4% of our budget. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about the fire department's general fund revenues. And again, this is a comparison of the fiscal year 22 recommended budget of $6 million compared to our adopted budget of 21 of $4.8 million. You see a $1.1 million increase, a 24% increase in our revenues. And I'll just go through line by line what these revenues are. The first revenue is airport reimbursement. This is the amount the fire department receives from the airport for providing firefighting services to the airport. That's our fire station number 8. Mutual aid, the next line, this is our revenues for going out on assignments and incidents throughout the state and even our neighboring jurisdictions. And we see a $1 million recommended budget, but we might want to look at the fiscal year projected column 21 of $2.9 million. This represents almost 3 times the amount of budget that we had anticipated, and it represents a very high fighting season. The next line, fees and service charges, these are our fire prevention fees and building plan check fees. And we're recommending just a $9,000 increase over the current year's budget. But again, looking back at the projected, this year's actual, we are coming in at $180,000. And this decrease, this represents our suspension of fire inspections due to COVID. And we expect to, like Chief Mayo said, to ramp those back up in July this year and maintain and achieve full revenue target. AMR fire reimbursement is from American Medical Response, and it's for our first responding to all incidents in the city, and we get some of the revenues that they charge city patients for ambulance transport and basic life support services. Public safety sales tax, we expect to achieve full revenue this year, even a little bit more, and we're projecting a $14,000 increase for next year. The wildland assessment, this is the tax that the property owners in the assessment zone voted to charge themselves to provide these wildland fire mitigation services, and that shows a $15,000 increase in the for the new fiscal year, the budget 22. The fire equipment replacement fund we spoke of a little bit earlier, and this is a small infusion of $35,000 annually to cover the cost of the fire equipment on the fire engines for communications. And then finally, let's look at that, the final line, the $1 million recommended budget for fleet fund rebate, lease pilot program. Chief Mayles will be talking more about this, but this is one of the significant ways that the fire department is creatively looking at to reduce our budget or impact our budget due to COVID. And what this $1 million represents, it's a one-time revenue, and it's the return to reserves to the general fund as a result of using this engine lease pilot program that we're implementing this year to acquire 2 fire engines. And we initiated this to achieve our budget reduction target. You know, this $1 million represents the amount of fire over the last 15 years has been contributing to purchase those 2 engines. We've been contributing monies every year, saving money to purchase 2 fire engines. And we're not going to purchase them with that money this year. We're going to actually lease those engines. So this money is being returned to the general fund's reserves from fleet, and it impacts our budget to about $1 million. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide. I just wanted to round out my presentation today with our capital program. Fire recommends 2 relatively low-cost projects in the fire capital program, the standards of coverage study and the GPS-based dispatching, automatic vehicle routing and recommendation. And Chief Mayors will have more to say about these 2 initiatives on the next slide. And this concludes my portion of the presentation. So thank you very much.
Next slide, please. Mayor Murillo, council members, Chris Mayles again, your fire chief. I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into what our key initiatives are for this next year. First is we've received preliminary funding from council to conduct what we call a standards of coverage study. This is also known as a community risk assessment. What we'll be doing is bringing in a consultant who will be looking at the risk that our community faces. As you know, our town of 90,000 is rather unique. Not only are we a fairly large urban center, but we also have an ocean, we have a harbor, we have an airport with ever increasing needs and flights. We have an interstate coming through our town, and we also have a major railroad that comes through our town. And last but not least, we have a significant 4,000-foot mountain range that is south-facing, that is ripe for fire all summer long. So we have significant threats and challenges that face our town. And so what we're doing is bringing in a consultant to look at, again, our community risk assessment and to look at our station coverage. Where are our stations? Are they best located? Are they best located to handle a number of emergencies that we face, the 10,000 plus calls? And most importantly, do we have adequate response times, and do we show up with that effective response force that I talked about earlier? We truly need to get a minimum number of personnel in a very short period of time to any fire incident. And so are we able to do that with where our stations are and the response force that we send? We've also asked council for $40,000 to begin dispatching our apparatus via automatic vehicle location, or what we call, typically is known in the industry as GPS. But you also saw it called automatic vehicle routing and recommendation. That's our CAD, computer aided dispatch vendor's proprietary term. But basically what it means is, instead of using fixed response districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we will be focusing on dispatching our units via GPS, which is a real-time, by the second tracking of all of our apparatus. And that's really important because our apparatus are moving around on a daily basis. So we won't have fixed districts anymore. It literally will be changing by the second as our apparatus travel through the city. And what happens is a call comes in and it checks to see which unit is closest. It does an analysis. It does an analysis by travel route, number of turns, speed limit, etc. And it sends the closest unit that's closer by a half second. So it's going to be a significant improvement in our system. We will truly be able to say that we are sending the closest resource. So what my hope is to implement automatic vehicle location first, and then do a standards of cover study shortly thereafter, which will take into account all of that GPS data so that we truly know what our response times are. I'm actually going to skip down to the fourth item on the list, and then I'll get to number 3. As Mr. Lichty explained, we're looking at a new way of purchasing our apparatus. In the past, what we have done is been contributing to an apparatus replacement fund. And as a fire engine reaches the end of its service life, we purchase a new fire engine based out of that fund. So it has worked well for us, but now we have to look at things a little more creatively. And so what we've done is we've looked at lease purchasing. And so what we plan to do is to run a pilot program in concert and cooperation with finance and public works to lease purchase our 2 next fire engines. We would lease them for 10 years, and at the conclusion of 10 years, we would own them. With interest rates as low as they are, we are looking at actually under 2% interest rates to finance these apparatus. Fire engines cost north of $700,000 a piece. And so rather than outlaying nearly $1.5 million, we're actually going to smooth those costs out over 10 years, which will be an immediate savings this fiscal year. Thus, you saw that we received a credit back from apparatus replacement back to the general fund because we're not going to need to spend that money immediately, and we'll smooth it out over time. The third item on the list I wanted to talk with you about is regional dispatch. About 2 years ago, City Council approved then Fire Chief Eric Nickel to begin negotiations with the county fire department, not the county of Santa Barbara, but the county fire department, that's a fire district, to begin negotiations with for a regional dispatch. That project continues to move forward. At this point, county fire department is in the conceptual design phase, and they are looking at breaking ground very soon with a regional dispatch center that will be housed at the county Office of Emergency Services or Emergency Management Building, County OEM. The lights are due to go on in the new dispatch center on January 1st of 2023. A little bit of history for you. We currently have 7 fire department dispatch centers in the county of Santa Barbara. 5 of those are municipal fire departments. 2 are federal fire departments, so Vandenberg Air Force Base and the Forest Service. Under this plan, the plan is to bring all 5 municipal fire departments under one roof to function as a regional dispatch center. One call, one center. What it does for us that is so important is that it effectively takes us from 8 fire stations to 11 fire stations. And what I mean by that is that we have just outside of our city jurisdiction, we have 3 fire stations that would immediately be available to us as the closest available resource. Montecito Fire Station 92, which is at Cold Springs and Sycamore Canyon, would be very close to the Alston Road, Santacito, Barker Pass, streets like that. They'd be closer than our fire engine 2, which is down 72, which is down on Cassique. Also, as an example, Station 15 in Mission Canyon that's run by the county would be close to, say, the Mission, and they would handle that call. And then also County Station 13 on Hollister would be available to handle calls in the north end of Santa Barbara. So really what it does is it's a force multiplier. It allows us, again, to, instead of looking at our 8 fire engines or fire stations, it really lets the regional center look at 11 fire stations, which is going to decrease our response time, and it's going to have a significant effect on being able to provide service in a more timely manner. But all that good stuff comes with a price tag. And the price tag is just under $800,000 a year that we would have to contribute to the regional dispatch. Again, it would be operated by the county fire department, which is a fire district. The fire district, county fire would be the principal, and we would be a partner, but we would also have not only executive committee representation, we would have operations committee representation. In other words, the decisions made to how we deploy, what we send, how we send, where we send, would all be made by a committee that has all of the jurisdictions in mind. So how do we get there? It's a really tough concept. Understanding how we are to pay for a fire dispatch center, a regional fire dispatch center, is very complicated. Currently, we have a police fire dispatch center. The police department sends about 70,000 incidents to their officers, and again, about 10,000 incidents for the fire department. So at any given time, a single dispatcher is truly multitasking. They are spending part of their hour on the fire department, part of their hour on police department, part of their hour on animal control. You get the idea. So it's very difficult to quantify the value that the fire department has in the dispatch center and what, if any, funding we would be able to take with us. So with that said, I'm working with city finance, working with the police department, working with other departments to ascertain how we can find that funding. I truly believe in my heart it's the right thing to do. As I've said a lot, many times, born and raised in this town, I've been running calls for 36 years. I actually was a dispatcher for 5 years for the sheriff's department. Back in the 1980s, when the city fire department needed county fire department to respond, they would get on the telephone and call county fire and say, hi, we need you to respond and help us. Guess what? In 2021, that's what we're still doing. And that leads to response time delays. And I think we can do better, and we can do better by having a regional center under one roof. So it's going to be a tough lift, but again, it's the right thing to do. It's going to improve response times. We're going to have boundary drops, truly the closest available resource, regardless of jurisdiction. All units will be on automatic vehicle location. We will have enhanced medical dispatching, including tiered response. Perhaps not every medical call needs an ambulance to respond. Perhaps it doesn't need a paramedic to respond. Perhaps we can navigate that call within the dispatch center and not send anyone. All of that comes with that enhanced medical dispatching. And most importantly, it would be regional coordination. Probably the most important thing, again, is it goes back to our 8 to 11 fire stations. That is so important because what we are doing is basically decreasing our unit hour utilization, or the amount of time that our existing fire engines are on calls, by taking our 8 fire stations and expanding our immediate sphere to 11. That decreases the time that all of our apparatus are on calls. So as calls for service continue to escalate over the years, we will be able to incorporate those additional engine companies into our system more readily, more easily, more efficiently, and most importantly, more quickly. And all the other fire departments in the county are on board. So we'll be making a concerted effort this next year to work on regional dispatch. It was one of the things I was tasked with as your new fire chief. So that covers our key initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay, so budgetary impacts. Again, COVID has not unscathed, missed the fire department. We've not come across unscathed. We definitely had, as part of the city, we needed to look at our revenues and to figure out what we could do to initiate some cost savings within the fire department. Next slide, please. So here's what we did. For fiscal year of 2022, we came up with almost $1.6 million in cost savings. It's really important for me to emphasize that this did not include any live personnel. We did not cut any positions that were occupied by any personnel at this point. We've done this very creatively, and so I think it's worked out well. The first is planned vacant positions. We have 2 vacant positions that we will not fill for the next fiscal year. One of those positions is a fire inspector or investigator. We have a pending retirement within the fire prevention division. And what we'll be doing is bumping up people into an acting position, and we won't fill that lower position for 1 year. That will be a significant cost savings. In addition, we are not going to fund our warehouse person. That was a part-time person that did deliveries of supplies, made sure we had adequate supplies in our cache, everything from absorbent for fuel leaks to fire hose to medical supplies. We're going to not fill that position, and we're actually going to have a number of prevention and operations personnel accomplish that task during the year. We are also going to permanently eliminate 1 administrative position that has been vacant for the last couple of years. Our fire prevention division had an administrative assistant. We have not funded that position since that person retired for the last couple of years, and we propose to permanently eliminate that position. Our secretaries, administrative assistants have done a masterful job of taking on the additional tasks. And we've got some ideas of how we can make our work a little bit more efficient over the next year. So we're recommending a permanent stop of that position. The next is we're going to defer our academy. As I mentioned in an earlier slide, we're going to be running an academy in July of 2023. We were initially slated to run that academy in April of 22. So what we're doing is proposing with this 1 year decrease in funding to basically delay the academy for 3 months. That's not going to be a bad thing for us. I think we can accomplish this easily. The only thing that it hampers us or hampers our ability to provide service a bit is that we typically run our academies in the spring so that those new firefighters are on fire apparatus in the summer, so they can help absorb the impacts of out-of-county assignments. So that'll be something that we have to look at, and we may have to adjust the personnel that we send out of county, because we're going to be running an academy from July really through September or close into October. But what that does is that saves us $300,000 for this next fiscal year. And then, as we've mentioned, with the lease purchase of our apparatus, we are being credited with $1 million back into the general fund from the fleet replacement program. Basically what we're doing is we're removing those 2 apparatus that we're going to be putting on a lease purchase out of that replacement fund. So again, they won't have to be doling out nearly $1.5 million this next fiscal year. We'll smooth that out over time, and we can absorb that lower impact to the fire department budget by lease purchasing. Next slide. Okay, program achievements. We always like to end on a positive note. So what are some of the things that we accomplished this last year? So next slide, please. Chief Nickel, when he was here, began a strategic plan. A strategic plan is a blueprint for the fire department to focus on key initiatives for the next 5 years. Those include training, staffing, better communications, better use of technology, succession planning, things like that. And I'm happy to say that we've gotten a group of firefighters, really interested, energetic, enthusiastic firefighters, to look at a long-term strategy for the fire department. How do we recruit, retain employees? How do we have an objective succession plan? How does a firefighter coming on our job this year, what and how does he accomplish, or how does he become the fire chief, say in 25 years? So we're looking at laying out a plan like that via our strategic plan. I already spoke about our community wildfire protection plan. Great work by fire prevention. This was a huge lift. This plan is being looked at by other agencies. It's become the gold standard of community wildfire protection plans. The agencies that are adjacent to us, Carpinteria, Montecito, and the county, are all updating their community wildfire protection plans, and it will be known as a really what we call a front country plan. If we put them all together, we're looking at it more aggregately from the Ventura Carpinteria line all the way out to Hollister Ranch, and how we can do a better job with community wildfire protection. The next significant achievement is that we started a time, attendance, and scheduling software program. You may have heard it as Kronos. Within our department, it's known as Telestaff. It's the public safety arm of Kronos. And as you can imagine, keeping 29 people on duty 24 hours a day is a big lift for our firefighters, or for what we call our lead captain, our scheduling captain. And as you can imagine, at 2 o'clock in the morning, when we're sending 2 or 3 or 4 fire engines out of town and we're backfilling and looking for people, it becomes quite the task. So our Telestaff program has been an absolute game changer for us and has really helped to facilitate our scheduling and hiring. I mentioned this before, but we really successfully ran Academy number 42 during COVID. During the heat of COVID, we ran 10 firefighters through an academy. We had no COVIDs. We had no illnesses through the academy. Our training cadre did an absolutely outstanding job of kind of changing the way we train to make sure that masks, social distancing, hand washing, all that came into effect with our training. And last but not least, we secured over $200,000 in grant awards. Some of that was COVID medical supplies. We were able to reach out and ask for some grants for our personal protective equipment. It's really important to note that the way we respond to medical calls has forever changed. I can just tell you anecdotally, in my 36 years of responding to calls here in Santa Barbara, when I first started back in 1984, no one even had gloves on the ambulances. We did not even know what gloves are. And now we've come to 2021, where our firefighters are in protective eyewear. They have N95 masks on. They have medical jackets and/or disposable covers. They carry gloves, and they have multiple supplies available for back-to-back calls. So, you know, the good old days of me showing up in a short sleeve shirt and pants and no gloves are gone. And I suspect that in the future, we're going to be continuing to wear masks, just with the continual threat of COVID, even when this pandemic becomes more under control. So really, that's the last of our presentation. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of time with the fire department, and I'm here to take any questions you have. And also Ron Lichty is available specifically for any budget questions.
Thank you so much, Chief. We're grateful for all the work you do. And I will ask our city council members if they have questions. Who did I see first there? Well, Mr. Friedman, you're kind of, in my view, you go ahead. Thanks. And then Ms. Nin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief Males, and congratulations again on being chief. It's great to have you up there, and your long history with the department growing up here. So I just have a couple questions. You really answered a lot of them, in particular to the Regional Fire Communications Facility. I just wanted, I think it's a great program. I remember when it came to us 2 years ago, and the way you explained it in the presentation, but I just wanted a little bit of clarification. So it is moving forward at the county with an estimated online of 2023. And the 800,000, is that our cost to participate in this, or is that the total cost of the program?
Councilmember Friedman, Mayor Murillo, thank you. Great question. That is the specific cost to our agency on an annual basis. The latest number that we have that's gone through the county's auditor controller is that we're looking at about $756,000 a year. That would be our ongoing cost to participate in the dispatch center. It's actually based on the per call volume for each department, which is actually the fairest and industry standard way of paying for a regional dispatch center. It's based on call volume. if Montecito Fire Department has, 2,000 calls and Carpinteria has 3,000 calls and we have 10,000 calls, we obviously take more time and effort, and staffing in the center has to be increased because of the amount. So if you look at just the two largest cities in the county, meaning Santa Maria and Santa Barbara City, we're looking at about 25,000 calls a year that'll be going through that regional center. So the largest jurisdictions are going to pay the largest amount. But again, it's equitable based on a per call volume.
And then just one caveat to that. So we have a current system. So being that we're transitioning to a new system, would there be any savings for that 800 that we would have internally because we're going to this new system rather than the 800? So we're basically shifting resources. So we have these additional costs, but we have some savings because we're no longer using our current system. Is there any dollar savings there?
Councilmember Friedman, Mayor Murillo, yes, I do believe there is, in a nutshell. The fact of the matter is that our dispatch center, meaning being a multi-agency dispatch center, police and fire, there would definitely be some cost savings to the city to not have to provide a fire dispatcher 24 hours a day. So there may be some cost savings there. And then I'm going to be working with finance to see if we can pull some cost savings with the way that we're going to be dealing with our fleet from here on out. When you hear from Public Works, you'll be hearing that they're going to be doing a fleet study to look at how we're spending our fleet dollars. So I'm hoping at some point to be able to take some of that fleet money that we currently give to Public Works and reallocate it to dispatch. But the fact of the matter is, nothing is free, but it's really difficult right now for us to quantify the amount of savings that the city could realize out of the current dispatch center so that money could be reallocated to a regional center. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to find it. We worked with finance and we found some savings, but we really need to make sure that it fiscally makes sense. I'm confident that we can do it. It's just going to take some work.
Thank you. And so my other question is more of a general question. It has to do with the number of fires related to homeless encampments. And just wanted to, if you could just speak to that issue. There was another one last night, and I know it's on the minds of the public and us here on council. Just your response and how you prep for that, and if there were any additional resources, not to put you on the spot, but just at the city that we could provide from your perspective. I know there's other things we're trying to deal with in terms of the homeless and housing and shelter and those types of things, but from a firefighting perspective, can you just speak to that issue, and if there are any additional resources that you think that might be available to do that, because we are coming into high fire season. I know it's a concern for everyone.
So I'll talk to you first operationally about what happens with a homeless campfire. And you are right, we did have another one in the middle of the night. First, I will say that yes, we have seen a significant increase in the amount of vegetation fires that are started in a homeless camp. Now, they're not always vegetation. Sometimes it's just the contents of the camp itself, tents, etc. But typically these fires spread into the trees, bushes, etc. The large percentage of them are along the freeway. We see fires from Las Positas all the way down to Milpas Street. Some of the more recent fires have been concentrated between Carrillo and Garden and Milpas Street. They are increasing. What we typically do operationally is we send resources to a vegetation fire. Because it typically spreads into the brush, we send 3 fire engines and the duty battalion chief to the vegetation fire. The fire is immediately knocked down, but what's really important is life safety. Even though we're dispatched to a vegetation fire, there are people living in this area. So life safety is very high on our priority. So we need to make sure that everyone is out of the area when a fire is started. We need to make sure that the tents that are adjacent to the fire are cleared. And just like someone's home, we make sure that they're away from the fire and we can remove the life threat, then we can extinguish the fire. What I'd like to do, if it's okay, is I have Joe Porre, who is our fire marshal, and Joe has been conducting the lion's share of the investigations and inspections of homeless camps. And so what I'd like to do is if it's okay, I'd like to bring Joe Porre in, and let him explain to you a little bit more about what's going on with the vision of the city and how other city departments are working to handle this increase in homeless campfires. So Chief Poirier, if you're on, I'd love to have you chat for a minute.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Rio, Councilmember Friedman, and Chief. Yes, as you know, Councilmember Friedman, we met not too long ago after a fire on the UP right-of-way. The Fire Prevention Bureau has been involved not just from an investigation after the fact kind of basis. We've also been involved with other city services and other county services in trying to proactively look at the homeless encampment problem. We typically go out either ahead of these other services or with in conjunction with police, CityNet, and all the other agencies that are involved in the homeless issue to look at individual issues and see where we can make an impact. And if we can say, you know what, this particular situation is just too great of a fire hazard, we have to alleviate it right now and make, you know, the extreme fire hazard part of it go away. And a lot of times that will have to do with, for instance, we did an abatement on TV Hill not long ago, where there were propane heaters that were close to vegetation that we just simply couldn't. We had to, with the help of the property owner, remove that encampment from the hillside because it was just too much of a danger to the surrounding homes. That being said, COVID has had an impact on our ability to enforce, as well as the police department. So if we go into a homeless camp and we are trying to abate a fire hazard, we have to make the case that this fire hazard is an immediate life safety danger in order to move a homeless camp from one location essentially to another. And if we can't do that, then I think that other agencies such as divisions such as creeks, for example, if it's on a creek bed and there's pollution going into the creek bed, that's another immediate hazard. But absent that, even working with our partners in Caltrans and the UP, Caltrans has restrictions on what they can do in terms of moving camps. A good example is the camp at Garden 101. They can basically clean up trash and so forth, but they are under orders from Sacramento to not move camps, the way they used to be able to, until this COVID crisis is over. Now that we're emerging from the COVID crisis, it will be interesting to see what other resources we can bring to bear on these situations. But the fire department has been involved, and particularly the Prevention Bureau has been involved proactively with other city and county agencies on a regular basis to try to help alleviate the problem. But as you know, it's continued to grow.
Thank you, Mr. Pure, and I appreciate that effort and the proactive effort. I know sometimes it's not seen, but it has prevented some fires, as you mentioned, TV Hill. So I just appreciate you and Chief Mills going over this issue. We're continuing to look at what we can do, and like you mentioned, when you and I were down at the tracks after a fire, I learned a lot just of what you're doing and what you and your team have to deal with when going into a lot of the safety issues. So. Don't have any further questions, but appreciate just your continued diligence. And we at the council, I'm sure, will be looking at how we can support efforts to address encampments in the best way we can at the city. I know our resources limited, yours are, but appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, questions, and then Mr. Gutierrez, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had my first question was also about the encampment fires, and so that was thank you for that answer there. And then first I want to say thank you really for the truly excellent work of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. That was a long time coming. That was a multi-year effort, and I've been very supportive of that all the way through, and very grateful for the outcome of it, and especially the community input on that. So I have a few follow-up questions really from that plan and then the implementation of that plan moving forward. And this is really, it's really the biggest concern of District 4 residents, that it's just so consistent. It also affects the whole city. So it's not just the hillsides, but then what that does. And I just want to bring up a few particular places, but one, and I'll save this part for deliberations, but the prevention budget at 5% of the budget seems way too low to me. And I think prevention is maybe where we need to put most of our resources to keep the wildland fires from happening. I think we're heading into not just, as you mentioned, significant wildland fire season, but it's year round now, these efforts. So my questions, under the measurable objectives, they're under prevention, it seems mostly to be about code enforcement or inspections or fire resistant construction. And then under the wildland fire mitigation performance or project objectives for the fiscal year, it also seems to be, mainly about implementing the wildfire protection plan. But are there some specifics? And I'm asking this on behalf of Riviera Association, Eucalyptus Hill Association, the residents who are living right next to areas that they've brought forward for years. And I think they're looking for sort of a timeline of when, say, the ravine next to Coronado Circle that continues to just be right down a canyon. It creates a lot of anxiety about the risks in that area, particularly with eucalyptus. And then on the Riviera Franceschi Park, even though, defensible space of structures, that whole park has stands of eucalyptus that are some fallen, some decayed, and I'm getting a lot of requests for accelerated thinning and abatement, for hauling off, the branches of eucalyptus in particular, clearing brush, and the actual sort of physicality of prevention. And I guess I'm looking for, if you have details on sort of the order of when those ravines will be thinned or cleared, and where residents can look for a list of how these will be addressed and on what kind of timeline, that kind of thing.
Sure. Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Sneddon, I'll bring Joe Porre back in, but one thing I'd like to discuss is you really hit the nail on the head when you first started talking about the concern of the residents and emerging fires. What's really important is that fires do not in any way, shape, or form follow jurisdictional or political boundaries. We saw that there's no better evidence of that with the Tea Fire a number of years ago that started clearly in the Montecito Fire Protection District and came into our city in a matter of minutes and destroyed 200 homes in the city. So that goes back to what I was mentioning with every agency along the front country is working to increase their community wildfire protection plan. And one thing that I'd like to share with the group is that UCSB was just recently awarded a $5 million grant through the California Fire Safe Council to look at the front country of Santa Barbara and to look at wildfire mitigation plans and what we can do to minimize the threat of those mountains, a fire on those mountains coming down into any one or more than one of our jurisdictions. It's really important. So there is going to be a lot of work that does take place on a multi-agency level with UCSB's Bren School kind of overseeing this multi-year study to take a look at wildfire threat more on a macro level. But I'll bring Chief Porre back in and let him talk to you about the systematic and timeliness of how we're going to deal with this wildfire protection plan. But I will say really quickly before we do, part of that community risk assessment standards of cover study, I'm going to have them look at our fire prevention division also. Look at our staffing, look at what our division is doing. They're going to be looking at our whole department, not just the fire trucks, but they're going to be looking at our administration. They're going to be looking at fire prevention. They're going to be looking at the Office of Emergency Services. they're going to look at everything. What's our risk? Obviously, the risk is wildfire. And are we properly staffed to handle that, both at an operations fire engine boots on the ground, but also as a preparation? And I'll give you an example. We have one wildfire protection specialist, Amber Anderson. That's her job. Montecito Fire has 2 positions for that. And so you bring up a really good point, is do we have enough personnel to handle this continual threat? So we'll be looking at that with a standards of cover study. Anecdotally, I can say, yeah, we need more help in this area, but it would be really nice to bring in a consultant that's versed and has a historical background on how a community like ours can be protected from wildfire. So Chief Pori, I'll let you chime in again.
Thanks, Chief. Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Sneddon, that is the toughest nut to crack because of money, basically. I mean, you know, and everything comes down to money when you're talking about vegetation management. It's a very expensive proposition, particularly with the biological constraints that, you know, we have to operate under. I believe that you all read the EIR that we submitted with the CWPP. That being said, our number 1 priority right now is updating our Ready, Set, Go program and getting the public education component in place. The Ready, Set, Go hasn't been updated in some time, so we need to get that off and running. Because public education is the number 1 thing when it comes to evacuation and wildland planning. So we have a grant currently submitted for that. We hope that we will get that grant. And we're scrambling around looking for additional grants because that's the way we're going to accomplish a lot of this vegetation management. When it comes to Franceschi Park, Parks Department is already beginning up there, and they are our partners in city-owned lands when it comes to clearance. What our job is as a city is to make sure that our vegetation is not in someone else's defensible space. Like any good neighbor, we have to make sure that that clearance to their property is according to the code. So that's what Parks Department is about. And typically at this time of year, this is when they do that type of work. We will be applying for more grants as time goes on, because as you know, it's one of those things. It's very difficult to budget for outside of the assessment district. With the assessment district, we pretty much have a set amount of money that we know we're going to spend. And I think we talked a lot about vegetation management units when the CWPP was going on. And these VMUs, we look at them and we try to prioritize. We go, okay, what is the VMU that we need to work on right now? And that's the immediate one that we apply our resources to. So Chris Braden is working on vegetation management units for this year already. And after bird nesting season is over, we'll begin with those. And the cycle goes on as throughout the year. We do the vegetation management. Then we start road clearance. The road clearance goes on. That's vital. If anyone has ever looked at Las Alturas, it can be cleared one year and completely overgrown the next. And it's all of those roads are vital for evacuation purposes. That goes hand in hand with the Ready, Set, Go program. Getting an evacuation program and having people be aware of it, and then giving them the opportunity to come down as we're going up is vital to that. So road clearance is a major component. The chipping program, as you know, is huge. People do participate in that. Last year, they participated to the point where they overshot our assessment district budget. And we had to come to you to seeking additional funds. So beyond grants and that kind of thing, anything that we do up there that's outside of the assessment district is a general fund question. And this year, we've all been particularly hard hit. The budget has not been the best we've ever seen it, just due to COVID. And with the TOT down and other property taxes, we expect to come out of that. We see the downtown being revitalized even as we speak. So, I think that as time goes on, we may be coming back to you for more general fund money. I believe, like you do, that fire prevention is key. And I know that fire prevention works because I've been around a long time, as you know. And when I first started here, you used to dread your call week because you could go to 3 or 4 fires in one night. And now it's a mere fraction of that. And that's all fire prevention. And it's not just wildland, it's building code standards and all the other things that we apply. We know that fire prevention works. And applying money to fire prevention can save you millions on the back end when you don't have fires. One more comment on that, and that's that because fire prevention is preventing, it's very difficult to quantify how many fires you prevented today. So it's a difficult budget question. But it's something that I think that we need to apply more money to in the long run, just like you do.
Thank you so much for that. And I will save it for discussion, but I would say it's not just the long run. I mean, I think I'm not in favor of cutting any funding for this now because of on the back end of that, like you say, the expensive and debilitating devastation that the fires cause. It's just not, it shouldn't be tied to whether our budget is up or down. I think we have to really put our resources behind prevention. And so something like, just budget-wise, something like the ravine near Coronado Circle, is that like a budgetary issue that can't be cleared, or some of these, areas that just repeatedly are called for thinning, and is that if we had more budget, we could address those?
Again, it's really, vegetation management of any kind is expensive. We use contractors for that. We have to bring a biologist in. And right now, of course, it's still bird nesting season. So it's very difficult to actually get out there and do vegetation management outside of defensible space. Because we don't want to, obviously impact the bird population, and that's part of our CWPP. So these things will come in time, but everything has a season in the vegetation management business. And between Amber and Chris, as you know, they'll prioritize, what's top of the list, and then they'll go down that list while continuing to apply for grants.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chief. Sorry, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I have a couple questions about what qualifies an area to be a high fire zone.
Councilmember Gutierrez, Madam Mayor, thank you. I have not been called Madam Chief before, but hey, I'll take that. No problem. So really, really good question. It has to do with basically the topography. It has to do with the vegetation in the area. It has to do with the number of houses per square foot, square acre, that kind of thing. As you know, weather, fuel, and topography are the main drivers of a wildfire. And so where we have the greatest wildfire threat, of course, is going to be where topography and fuels are readily available. One of the problems we face in the wildland-urban interface is, and people may not understand this, that it may start as a vegetation fire, and once it gets into the houses, it actually propels from house to house to house to house. And so you look around, and as happened with me in a number of wildfires, you look around and there's no vegetation around whatsoever, and you've got many houses that are on fire. So the trick is to truly establish, what is a high fire hazard area. And generally speaking, our community wildfire protection plan has done just that. Now, the highest wildfire threat is above Highway 192. And that's a good geographic barrier that runs from east to west. We look at, Cathedral Oaks turns into Foothill, Stanwood, Sycamore Canyon, like that. Anything above that is a significant high fire hazard. But yet we also have coastal areas that are high fire. So again, it's a combination between really topography, fuels, et cetera. But I'll let Chief Poré also talk about the very high fire hazard areas versus the high fire hazard areas.
Thank you, Chief. Just going back to the CWPP again, we had a healthy discussion with a lot of our residents and other people in the course of creating this plan and doing the public hearings and so forth. And there were people who, thought certain areas should be in the high fire hazard areas and certain areas should be out of it. So we don't make those decisions on an arbitrary basis. That's what we used our consultant for. And they basically crunched all of the things that Chief Males was just talking about: topography, potential for weather, down canyon drafts, structure to structure ignition, and all those things, and ran models to determine, where should we call it and where should we draw the line. It's very difficult to do that kind of thing, but they can perform that task with a certain degree of accuracy. And it's, as you saw during the hearings, it's debatable. People will come in and say they don't want to be in a zone, or it will affect their taxes and so forth. And we, appreciate that. But we have to go with what the models tell us, or what the science tells us. Because, any individual, if I were to go out there and make the call on any given parcel, it would be more or less arbitrary. And so instead of making it arbitrary, we, let the fire modeling tell us where it should be. That, and in conjunction with CAL FIRE's designated zones. And CAL FIRE calls these zones whether we call them or not. And so the very high fire hazard severity zone existed before we even had, the impetus to renew the CWPP. So back when we started, we called it the foothill and extreme foothill zones. Then CAL FIRE came along and renamed the whole Riviera area the very high fire hazard severity zone. And now we live with both, because we wanted to keep our nomenclature as a city so that we could say, we could delineate what's the foothill and what's the extreme foothill. But to CAL FIRE, it's all, that area is all the same. The coastal zones, for instance, the Bel Air Knolls area, those kinds of things, those are all dictated as well for our purposes by the models. So we still have the coastal zone aspect to our wildfire planning. And a good example of that, going back again, is to TV Hill. TV Hill is in a situation where we have had wildfires before. They have threatened homes before. So it's a lot of people in the coastal zone think, well, I'm not really in a high fire hazard area. But if you look at the vegetation and then you consider the structure to structure ignition, it's very high fire in a lot of those areas. I think in Montecito and other jurisdictions that are nearby us, the high fire area goes all the way to the coast. So it's not a perfect science, but it's as precise as the models can make it.
And so, as of now, where are the high fire zones designated?
We still have our coastal zones, and that includes the Las Positas Valley, Bel Air Knolls, the Douglas Family Preserve, and so forth, and then all the way up into the Fellowship area, what we used to call the coastal interior zone. So we have those coastal zones, and then we do have the what CAL FIRE we call the very high fire hazard severity zone, and we call the foothill and extreme foothill zones, and that would be basically the Riviera. And that basically describes pretty much all of our zones.
Okay. So I was under the impression that possibly the frequency of fires would indicate the qualification of meeting the high fire zones. So correct me if I'm wrong, have there been more fires along the east side, downtown, west side freeway train corridor than there have been in the Riviera, the foothills, the coastal zone? Wouldn't that qualify that whole area as a fire zone?
I'm glad you asked that question. Thank you for asking that question, actually. And this also goes to the coastal zone. There can be more fires in an area, and because of their proximity to local infrastructure in the downtown area, they're simply caught quicker. So we end up in a situation where we might get a fire start, but we're on it really fast because, say, engine 1 is like right there. And so, our first engine 71 will go out, put the fire out immediately and keep it to a small kind of start instead of having it spread quickly. So we do have that aspect. If it's, the Union Pacific Corridor, for example, we have been having a lot of homeless related fires along that corridor. And the thing about those fires is there's relatively little brush it's directly associated with the tracks. Although if there is brush and it affects your property, you would definitely take an issue with that. But at the same time, we tend to put them out quicker. On the Douglas Family Preserve, we had a fire last year that we kept to probably 50 by 50 because engine 6 is located up on Cliff and Meigs. So it's our proximity to the incident can play a role in that. That being said, we do have a lot of fire starts in the coastal zones. It's just a question of how fast we can get to them.
So it seems that the ability to get to the fire is what qualifies as a high fire zone, because from what was said earlier, topography, vegetation, proximity of housing. I mean, there's a lot of vegetation along that corridor. There's a lot of houses that are very densely packed, and the frequency of fires is extremely high. So those are 3 out of the 4. I mean, the topography isn't necessarily an issue. They're easy to get through, so to speak. But to me, in my residence, it just seems like at least once a week there's a fire that threatens either a business or a home, and it just makes me and the residents wonder, why isn't that area designated a high fire zone? And yeah, I've heard you say about how much proactive measures you're doing in the high fire zones, but are you doing any proactive measures when it comes to that corridor, the freeway train corridor, where are you sending out fire inspectors to train some of these homeless people on how to be fire safe, or handing out like fire extinguishers to the homeless to avoid there being a fire?
Thanks for that question as well. That is where we have it, and this is another element of COVID. Of course, COVID plays a role in everything we do these days. That's where the focus of the Fire Prevention Bureau has been for the past year, is not just the UP corridor, but the freeway corridor as well. And yes, we're out there all the time. It's very time consuming, and we have limited results with educating the homeless. When we go out with CityNet, for example, they will make it available to the homeless population to get services. And even when we go out before we bring CityNet, we'll basically say, here's some numbers we can call for you. If you want services, we'll let them know. And typically, we don't get a lot of positive responses, but it takes a lot of patience. And that's what CityNet does best, is they return again and again and again. And it's that constant offering of the services that will make the difference. With us, we're largely an enforcement agency. We go out and say, don't do this, don't do that. If someone has a heater that is an immediate threat, we'll make sure that they get rid of it. But again, we're limited in what we can physically do. For instance, we can't take the property. We can't, we can't move them unless there's an imminent fire hazard. So, we do the best we can, but we have, spent a lot of time on the tracks and on the freeway, encouraging the homeless to be more fire safe.
Okay, I appreciate everything you all do, obviously. You're lifesavers and you protect a lot of property. I understand you have a fire protection plan, but if there's any way that there could be a transit fire protection plan, I know that those three districts, the east side, downtown, and west side, would really appreciate something like that. So yeah, that's all the questions I have. I appreciate your time and efforts.
Thank you very much. I think that's something we can look at. And certainly it's been a much greater problem in the past year or two than it was previously. But we have always responded to fires on the tracks, especially the same type of issue. So it's something that, we probably could use a look. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I feel like it's only going to get worse. So yeah, if we can put a little more emphasis on it, much appreciated.
Thank you.
If I could just bring up one more point that Chief Poirier mentioned, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Gutierrez. He brought up a really important point, and that is that the fires that occur along the railroad tracks and occur down along the downtown corridor, we're really fortunate to have 4 fire stations that are immediately adjacent to the railroad tracks. So we get on these fires really quickly. They, can look very impressive initially, but when our engine companies are on scene in 4 or 5 minutes, they're able to extinguish this fire versus a fire that starts up in the foothills that may take us some time to get to, really gets a head of steam going. And again, the fuel and topography drives and winds drive these fires so that they're so large that by the time we get there, they're completely out of control and we can't control them with an engine company. But the fires along the railroad tracks we're often able to get to quickly. So just one more point.
Well, Chief, not to be Pollyanna over here, but I was hoping myself that once the pandemic conditions change, that there could be more a response to the people that are living in those areas. So our housing crisis creates homelessness, but the pandemic too has people spreading out and finding new places to camp. So I guess we'll keep an eye on it. And thanks for your response. That was, I know that you're going out there and doing proactive work, and so are the CityNet outreach workers. So, and maybe that's something that we can take up in the discussion of the Community Development Department budget, because we'll be talking about CityNet and outreach to our homeless neighbors. Any other questions? We can ask if anyone, there's a few people in the audience here. I don't see anyone else asking questions. So Ms. Clerk, is anyone raising their hand to speak in public comment? We'll take public comment.
Madam Mayor, and members of the public, if you do wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app. Madam Mayor, while there are people logged on, I believe they've all indicated they wish to speak on waterfront issues, and I don't see any raised hands.
Their names look like waterfront people. Okay, super. So we'll close public comment, and council members have already been working in their comments into the question period. We'll take closing remarks. Ms. Sneddon, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, really in comments, just such sincere appreciation for the community outreach and working with so many associations and neighbors in developing that community wildfire protection plan. It really is gold standard, and we're so grateful for that. I think for budgetary considerations, I want to put forward now that I think while you have successfully adjusted where budget funding may be reallocated with open positions, I really can't stress enough that I think 5% for prevention is too low. And I think that we as a council really need to put more funding into prevention. And we've heard that that's not just in the hillside areas and the ravines and the canyons around Eucalyptus Hill and Franceschi Park or others that were identified in the CWPP, but also in the the areas that Councilmember Gutierrez mentioned and Councilmember Friedman and Mayor Pro Tem Gutierrez, excuse me. And so really prioritizing that accelerated thinning and abatement where we can. And we spent so much in truly scientifically understanding where these areas are. And now it's time to attack them with all we have. So I really on this, I mean, I would even be in favor of increasing the budget for fire and prevention. I just can't think of anything for our community that would be this significant. So those are my closing comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I just real quickly again want to thank you and your department for all you're doing and all you've done, and just the training and just the logistics that go into it. And I'm looking forward to the new regional dispatch center coming online in a year or so, or a year and a half or so. I think that will be, I agree with you, it'll be a definitely benefit for our community. To Councilmember Sneddon's wanting to look at how we might be able to increase prevention, I'd like staff just to bring back, if there are any options when you come back later so we understand what those are. I'd like to understand what the trade-offs would be before I'm committed to that. I think it is important, as you know, there's a whole area we're working on down the Allen Road area that it brings up a lot of issues, but I also don't want to leave you in a deficit in other areas that are also important. So just want more information on what that would look like. And then also just wanted to thank you for the opportunity when you were doing the training this year to invite me out. And my family was able to go and just see the logistics that go into it. I think it was very informative to see how you go into the facility down the waterfront and you were able to use that and just what it takes for just an average prep for the fire. I never really quite understood what it is you're doing until we got to see with smoke and everything. But just really appreciate it because I think it helps us understand here at budget time why you do the things you do and the ways they're doing and the very technical nature of what you do. So again, thank you and appreciate the presentation today.
Awesome. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, again, I just want to thank you for all your efforts in protecting our community and just emphasize again, if there can be more proactive planning and steps on protecting the transit corridor that spans across almost every district of our community. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add my remarks of thanks, especially we went through such a huge process with the high fire zones. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for surviving the pandemic or continuing to. We're not out of COVID-19 crisis quite yet. I appreciate that you navigated through that. You were able to do an academy. Congratulations. Thank you for keeping an eye on Highway 101. And like I say, I think we'll pick up that conversation when we look at community development and how we respond to homelessness issues. So what I'm hearing, Mr. Casey, is that we're looking for options perhaps for increasing a prevention function. So Chief Males, where you think we could do more with prevention. But I will remind the council that most of the funding for the fire department comes from general fund. And we're sort of in an austerity situation at this point, but it would be great to have that conversation. So with that, we'll thank you and Fire Marshal Poirier and all of your staff, Mr. Lichty, thank you so much. And we'll close the discussion about the fire department function. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. We really appreciate the support. On behalf of the 105 fire employees, I thank you with all of my heart for your support, and we will persevere. And I've written down some comments and we will work on those suggestions over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the fire department item and we'll go to, I believe Waterfront is going to go ahead of information technology. Now I thought it was the other way. Okay, we are doing Harbor then. Mr. Wiltshire, welcome to the meeting and go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council, and anyone from the public. I'm happy to go on through. Or do you guys need a break, or we're just gonna go for it?
We usually go 2 hours and then we do a break. So we're within an hour and a half. We're gonna go for it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Again, good morning. So I'm Mike Wiltshire, the Waterfront Director. So today we'll be presenting our FY22 and 23 Waterfront Department budget. Just up front, I'd like to take a minute and really thank Waterfront staff who supported everything that's gone into this budget. So myself and our business manager, Brian Bossy, will be presenting today, but there's really a lot more work that occurs behind the scenes. As Chief Mayles mentioned, and everybody's mentioning, it's really been far from a normal year. So this has resulted in a lot of additional time and effort and flexibility and really ingenuity on the part of our staff. So we've been operating shorthanded for over a year now, with holding positions vacant and a number of staff working remotely. So everyone's been working really, really hard to kind of pull the extra weight. And I just really wanted to recognize and commend staff for it up front. So as far as presentation goes, we have about 19 slides to go through. I'll be presenting on some, and our business manager, Brian Bossy, will be presenting on some. So with that, I will get into it. Next slide, please. All right, so here's a brief outline on what we hope to cover today. I'll try and give some pause between slides or major topics, just in case there's any questions as we go. Otherwise, we'll certainly provide opportunity for comments and questions at the end. So today we'll aim to cover a look at our waterfront department structure and a real general overview. We'll get into the budget and financial picture for FY22 and FY23. And we'll have some discussion on our capital program for FY22 and 23. And then we'll really look into kind of some of our budgetary reduction efforts and effects due to COVID for FY21 and our budget and beyond. Next slide. Okay, so here's the waterfront department structure from a staffing point of view. Chris Bell, his camera works. The department has 48 full-time employees. So shown here on this slide is the breakdown by employee classification, with 4 managers, which includes myself, 5 supervisors, 10 harbor patrol officers who are part of the treatment and patrol bargaining unit, and 29 general employees. So in addition to our full-time employees, the waterfront department employs anywhere from 40 to 70 hourly employees. And really the bulk of our hourly employees work in our parking operations, but we also have hourly employees supporting facilities maintenance and harbor patrol. All right, next slide. So now looking at our operational structure in the way of an organizational chart. So the waterfront department really has 3 distinct divisions. On the left in the green is our business services division, which handles property management of our 61 tenants and various business permits. They also handle financial management services, including all of our transactional accounting, cash management, and really all of our internal accounting and this whole budget process. And then the business division also oversees our entire parking operation. The next division is Harbor Operations Division, shown in dark blue in the middle. And Harbor Ops really handles the Harbor Patrol work group and all of our law enforcement operations. But in addition to that work group also handles marina management, which is really the oversight of all of the activities within our waterways and our 1100 slip marina. And finally, we have our facilities division, shown in orange. And our facilities group really handles the day-to-day maintenance and upkeep of all of our waterfront infrastructure. So this includes all the Harbor Business District area, all the buildings and walkways, Stearns Wharf, all the structures and buildings, our 1100 slip marina, docks and utilities, all of our parking lots and restrooms and hardscape lighting, video cameras, utilities, and really anything that can break down here at the waterfront, our facilities team ensures it gets fixed and maintained. And then additionally, within our facilities group, we have our capital program, which is our larger scale projects and infrastructure. And this group also oversees our capital improvement plan. And more so now, as we get more into it, this group remains very involved with sea level rise and adaptation planning. Next slide. All right, so now I wanted to take a minute and touch on a few highlights and just give a little background about the waterfront and the department. We are an enterprise fund, and so what this means is 100% of our operating and capital budget is funded through revenues generated within the waterfront department. We don't receive any taxpayer or general fund dollars. And one of the main parts of our operation, so we operate a marina with over 1,100 boat slips. I guess there's really no surprise here, as it's what most people envision when they think about our harbor and marina. But in addition to our marina and slips, we really do oversee a lot more. So we have 61 commercial and nonprofit tenants who make their livelihood down here. So they operate businesses within our waterfront property. So these businesses range from restaurants to fishing charters to nonprofits, and the rents we receive from these tenants make up a big portion of our operating budget. Additionally, the waterfront operates 10 waterfront parking lots. So these lots are independent from the city and downtown parking lots. And these lots range from in front of Cabrillo Pavilion on the east and run all the way west down to Ledbetter Beach parking lots. And just a little plug, a reminder that your annual waterfront parking pass is valid at all 10 of these lots. So one low price, good for 10 lots. In addition to parking, so we also maintain and operate the iconic Stearns Wharf. There's a nice photo of Stearns Wharf with Santa Barbara in the background here up on the slide. And now after being here a year myself and digging into it more, Stearns Wharf, it's really just an amazing piece of infrastructure and history. And so the wharf was built in 1872, making it the oldest wooden working wharf in California. And it really did play a huge part in the growth of Santa Barbara as the city back in the early 1900s. In the early 1970s, the wharf was taken on by the city of Santa Barbara and really made to look, and it made into what it is today. And so this is the time in the 70s when all of the existing restaurant and tenant buildings were constructed. Really, prior to 1970s, the wharf was a private enterprise and mainly served industry ranging from shipping to lumber to oil and to commercial fishing. Just from a structural point of view, the wharf's held up by over 2,000 wooden piles and miles and miles of deck board. And so that's something that our waterfront facility staff really is maintaining on a continuous basis just to keep Stearns Wharf safe and up in the ocean. Additionally, I wanted to call out, so the waterfront does have a 24/7 Harbor Patrol law enforcement group. And so in addition to law enforcement, this group acts as EMTs and firefighters and search and rescue. And they're really our waterfront ambassadors for our beaches, marina, and waterways. They really have a good presence down here. Next slide. All right, I want to take a minute and touch on some of our recent priorities and projects at the waterfront. So obviously, as for citywide, this has been a very different year, and in some ways a very difficult year. So the impacts of COVID have been very apparent at the waterfront, and it's affected our operations and our budget and our tenants in various ways. So as you all know, back in March of 2020, the Temporary Eviction Moratorium Ordinance, or TEMO, gave tenants the ability to defer rents. At the waterfront, of our 61 tenants, roughly 19 participated in rent deferral to some degree, while the other tenants continued to pay rent as usual. So as the pandemic continued throughout the year, so did the ability to defer rent, and all in, it continued for 9 months, terminating on December 31st of 2020. So altogether, this 9 months of deferred rent left the waterfront with nearly $2 million in deferred rents outstanding, which represents a pretty sizable portion of our budget. Over the past few months, the waterfront department's been working with these tenants who have deferred outstanding rents and has presented some options to those who kind of truly suffered economic hardship. The Waterfront's been working with tenants and has structured some options to both extend those payback timeframes as well as provide some incentives on early payback of deferred rents. As the business climate improves down here, which we're seeing, a number of tenants are beginning to pay back deferred rents. And we're really optimistic that our proposed plans and working with our tenants will kind of provide a reasonable path forward and enough flexibility for them to make business decisions on solutions moving forward. Just to note, so as of today, 5 of our 19 tenants that were participating in the program have paid back their deferred rents in full. And so that leaves the remaining 14 of 61 tenants with outstanding deferred rents that we're continuing to work with. Another large topic that is obviously a giant impact at the waterfront is sea level rise. So the waterfront's been very involved in sea level rise adaptation plan. Waterfront staff, as well as harbor commissioners, have really been an active part of the process to help ensure the waterfront impacts were properly identified in the adaptation plan. The waterfront also actively participates with Beacon. And so Beacon is a regional joint powers agency made up of member agencies ranging from Point Conception down to Point Magoo, and is really becoming more involved in addressing impacts of sea level rise. And just as a matter of point, so Councilmember Friedman's very active with Beacon as well, and he represents Santa Barbara on their board. So he's been very helpful with the waterfront department and the city who's engaging with Beacon. So obviously the waterfront will continue planning for sea level rise and all the impacts, and really start including sea level rise considerations in our capital program moving forward. I still see us very much in the planning phase with sea level rise. We have made the steps, so we put $100,000 per year into our capital program to kind of support these planning and monitoring efforts as we move forward. As of now, we're not budgeting any or committing any major large portions of our budget on sea level rise, because I feel that we still need more data. So we're still early on, and the adaptation plan is a great step forward, and we need to kind of add on to that to figure out where exactly we need to go. Additionally, we really hope to engage at the state and federal level, engage more with the Army Corps of Engineers going forward to see if there's opportunities for funding at that level for some of our larger scale projects. Some of these things are huge. These are big budget items that are beyond the scope and scale of our waterfront budget. So we really need to start engaging with some of these larger entities going forward to see if they can help support these efforts. One additional priority area over the past year and going forward is the waterfront and city support of the commercial fishing industry. Since I've been on board, we've kind of established a pretty good rapport and meet fairly regularly with the commercial fishermen. Santa Barbara really does pride itself on being a working harbor, and this idea has been kind of cemented through our local coastal planning efforts. So the waterfront department currently does and has historically provided a lot of support to the industry by way of infrastructure and maintenance and reduced slip fees. And we are continuing to work with the industry on their near-term needs, kind of identifying property for boat storage and cold storage and fish processing. The commercial fishing industry, by way of CFSB, Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara, recently submitted an outside funding request for $25,000 to support federal and state grant fund matching. So I believe this letter was recently forwarded to council and can certainly be a part of this budget discussion. I think this request is kind of in line with the level of support the city and waterfront has aimed to give. It'd just be a matter of prioritizing this within the budget if desired. I'd like to pause here for a minute to see if there's any questions. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brian Bossy after this slide to kind of get more into the financials, but I know I just covered a fair amount, so I'd like to pause and see if there were any questions or comments on your end.
Council members, questions on the presentation so far? Yes, I'm looking at your slides. The budget part is going to be pretty thick.
You can go quick. I'm happy to hold off till the end as well.
Okay, good. And I know we have public comment. People are waiting. So, Mr. Bossy, you're ready for a question? Oh, you're ready to do your part. Okay. Please continue.
The finance guy. All right, Mr. Brian Bossy, hand it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiltshire. Good morning, City Council members. Can I have the next slide, please? We'll just jump right into it. Waterfront revenue assumptions for fiscal year 22. So big picture, we have been hit hard, as everybody else has. It's obviously a recurring theme with COVID, especially restaurants, which then leads to our parking. So looking out to fiscal year 2022, we are very optimistic at the way things are headed. We are definitely moving in the right direction. We've already seen a tremendous amount of increase in activity down here at the harbor. It is a busy place. It's shaping up to be almost like normal. And those assumptions then roll into our future revenue forecast. So big picture, from 21 to 22, we are looking at about a 15% increase in revenues from year to year. Again, very much based on the opening up, the easing of restrictions regarding COVID, and we hope that that continues. We have four main revenue categories, or programs, I should say, and I'll kind of go through those in a clockwise manner. First is our property management program, and that contains our commercial leases, and that's everything from things like Harbor Marine Works to our yacht brokers to wineries to Channel Islands outfitters. That occupies about 12% of our overall revenues. Then we go into our leases, food, and these are both in all leases. This is Harbor and Stearns Wharf. So our food leases account for about 18% of our overall revenues, and obviously all of our food vendors. And so again, hoping for big things with these folks. Again, we've seen a lot of increase in people and activity down here, and we're hoping that continues. Leases other, makes up about 2.5%. And that's for things that don't fit neatly within the commercial realm or the food realm. So things like the UCSB sailing license agreement, our agreements with National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So property management as a whole, that revenue category makes up about 35% of our overall budget. Next, we have interest income. That's been down. Obviously, you're very aware that interest rates are very low. And also, we don't have as much money in there as we used to. We're busy spending money on capital programs, and we've also paid down debt over the last few years, which will save us hundreds of thousands of dollars in the long term. So that makes up just under 1%. Then we have our parking program, and that generates about 19% of our overall revenues. As Mr. Wiltshire said, we have 10 parking lots that we manage and operate throughout the waterfront, and that 19% also includes about $575,000 in annual permit sales. Then we move on to the next revenue category, which is our marina management program. And that includes, in this case, slip rentals. So the 1,143 slips out there, slip permittees pay a monthly rate on month-to-month agreements, and that equates to almost 31% of our overall budget, or revenues, I should say. We have visitor fees as well. These are for vessels coming in from outside the area, passing up or down the coast, come in, stay for a few days, few weeks. We are very busy. We are a very popular harbor, and it's been that way for a long time. We are full for the most part, most of the week, and we are definitely full basically every weekend of the year. So again, very popular place to be for the boating community. We also have slip transfer fees, making up about 7.6% of our overall budget. This is when slip permits transfer from one owner to another. We have that pegged at about $1.2 million. This year, we're actually going to do a few $100,000 more than that. People are buying and selling boats. It's very active in the current economy. We also have liveaboards, and these are folks who have the privilege of living aboard their vessel in the marinas, and we cap that at 10% of the overall space, so right at 110 liveaboard permits are allowed. And for the first time in well over a decade, we are fully subscribed in that regard. We have 110 active liveaboard permits, and we have also started a waiting list. So again, people are enjoying being down here and living on their boat. And then miscellaneous, that's where everything else fits in basically, and that's about 4.5% of our budget, and actually does include things like cruise ship revenues, which, as you're aware, we haven't had a cruise ship in well over a year. The cruise ship industry is in flux right now. They are planning, at least they're very much planning on starting up again. I believe the CDC's latest order has them beginning in October the coming year. So those are our revenue assumptions. Again, we are an enterprise fund, so revenues are generated by activity down here, parking, leases, and things like that. Next slide, please. And that's where we come into our proposed fee adjustments for fiscal year 22. The first is our slip rental fee. We are proposing a 3% increase in that. And we take our fees very seriously. We're very cautious and conservative when we do change them. We do an annual survey of 17 public and private marinas up and down the coast of California, all the way from Santa Cruz Harbor all the way down to Oceanside. And the survey includes approximately 40 questions regarding all types of operational items, including slip fees, parking permit fees, how much do marinas charge for commercial ice, and everything in between. We work with all these marinas and gather this information, and then we send it out. So it's a good opportunity for all of us to compare where we're at and talk amongst each other about how things are going. So again, 3% slip increase. What does that mean? Well, on the next slide, and we're not there yet, I will talk about that. Let me get through these other ones real quick. Our liveaboard fee, again, we are fully subscribed, and we anticipate that continuing for a while. We are capped at 10% via the Muni Code, as well as our working with the State Lands Commission and the Tidelands Trust. Liveaboard fee, that 3% increase currently right now, the fee is $120 a month. That would increase that monthly by $3.60. So it would go to $123.60. Next, we are proposing increase to our visitor fees. Again, these are the folks coming up and down the coast to hop in for a day or a couple of weeks. And we are proposing a 50-cent per foot increase. This is divided into two categories. Vessels that are 70 feet and below, we would take that fee, which is currently now $1 per linear foot, and move that up to $1.50. For vessels larger than 70 feet, it is currently $1.50, and we would move that to $2. This is more of a cost recovery measure. This will help pay for the water and electricity that these vessels use when they do come in and visit the Santa Barbara Harbor. Next is the boat impound fee. This fee, we're proposing a $65 increase. Now, the current rate is $35, and it has been $35 for over 30 years. And the idea here is this is not a revenue generator. We are proposing this as a deterrent. And what happens is that people come in and they put their boat in a slip, they don't check in, and then they leave the next day. And if we do find them on slip check with Harbor Patrol or other staff, it's a $35 fee. It's really not much of a disincentive for these folks. So we're hoping that by increasing this to an even $100, people will not go around the system, and they'll check in. Boat impounds happen not too often. We do about 45 of those per year. So again, not really a revenue just a generator, but more of a disincentive for people to not just pull into slips or moor their boats without checking in first. It's a safety issue as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so that 3% on the slip fee changes. This is where we can show you what that means. So with, let me see my slide. Okay, so with this, I just took a sample. You got slip length, you got your change per foot. That's on a per month basis. And then your overall, what your bill would change on a monthly basis. So take, for example, a 25 foot. That would change 29 cents a foot. Overall impact would be an additional $7.24 a month. So again, well, what does that mean? Well, that would bring them up to about $248.50 per month for a 25 foot vessel, 25-foot slip. When we look at the other 17 marinas that we survey, their average for 25-footer is $295. So we're still $50 below those on average. Another example, a 40-footer, that would increase it by 33 cents a foot, an additional $13.20. Our rate right now, that equals about $453 per month. The average with the other marinas is $645. So, basically $200 more they're paying at other marinas. And finally, the 60-footers, that would be about 39 cents additional per foot, and added onto their bill about $23.22. So our 60-footers go for just under $800, $797. The average at all the other marinas is $1,157. So basically $350 more in other marinas. So we think a 3% slip fee adjustment is more than reasonable. Next slide, please. Okay, next on the list of proposals is our slip permittee parking permit. So again, I just want to make sure this is not the general parking permit available to the general public. That is we propose that stay at the existing rate of $125 per year. This is for slip permittees. Again, we have 1,143 slips in the harbor, and we generally sell approximately 700 slip permittee permits. We are proposing a $30 increase to that permit. That will take it from $95 to $125, and thereby be even with the general parking permit. We think this is a reasonable approach. The benefits associated with the slip permittee parking permit far outweigh those of the general permit. For example, they get 30 days. They are allowed 30 days in the harbor main parking lot. They can park there for 30 days in a row without having to move. That's to facilitate long-term sailing voyages, sailing trips, fishing trips, dive boat trips, and everything in between. Whereas the general permit, you are only allowed to park in harbor main for 3 days or 72 hours. This $30 increase would, again, take it to $125, and we'd be even all the way across the board. And it would change the daily rate essentially from 26 cents a day to 34 cents a day, based on using it for having it the entire 12 months. And actually, we start selling these December 1st of the prior year. So you can actually get 13 months of use out of all your parking permits. So if you're watching your pennies, that's a great way to do it. So that is what we're proposing for our slip permittee parking permit. Again, we are stewards of the public land. These are public parking lots, and we feel keeping all the permits at the same level avoids any preferential treatment and keeps us on par as far as our different folks who use the harbor. We would also propose to eliminate the prorated purchase of parking permits. So throughout the year, they start at 125 on December 1st. On May 1st, they actually go down to 110, and then they kind of scale down throughout the year. We feel that our parking permits are such a good deal at $125. There's no need for that. Even if you were to buy a permit on the first day of September, you still have 4 months to use it at basically costing $1 a day, which is a great bargain. We've also been under some pressure from our constituents with the idea that we sell too many permits and that we're oversubscribed. This would be one way to kind of reduce the total overall amount of permits we do sell. These folks who would maybe used to purchase a prorated would now just pay on a daily basis, or just purchase the $125 permit. And lastly, we are proposing that we terminate the harbor main parking validation program. Again, Waterfront Department, we are stewards of public land, and we are trying to make access equal for any and all members of the public. We operate public parking lots on a first come, first served basis. The parking validation program serves 2 tenants in the waterfront and is not a legal obligation by the Waterfront Department. It is not in anyone's lease. There are no legal documents associated with it. It was just something that was carried on from the 1980s. We feel it's an outdated program and it is readily abused and has been abused for a number of years. So we'd like to eliminate that and just fair play across the whole board with all of our tenants. And actually, again, it's only for 2 of our tenants, and one of those tenants does not want it anymore and is happy to get rid of the program and see it go, believing that it's more of a hassle, especially with people coming in and asking for stamps when they haven't participated in that business's activity. So those are our excuse me, proposed fee adjustments for fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. So jumping into expenditures, big picture, what you see before you is a 2.7% increase over our fiscal year 21 budget. So slight increases. But again, as you know, as Mr. Wiltshire mentioned, we're working with a lot fewer staff. We're postponing projects that we'll continue to do so, and you'll see that a bit later. So working around the horn here in a clockwise manner, you got our admin support and community relations. That program's up by about 10%, primarily due to liability and property insurance increases, as well as increases in overhead. That's where all that lands as far as the department. Our property management program would be actually going down about 3%. And I should note the percentages you see on the chart are what they make up in the overall budget. The percentages I'm saying are how they compare to a fiscal year 21's budget. Our financial management program we're proposing increases to the tune of about 5%. A big part of that's $24,000. A big part of that is an increase in credit card fees. We have found that with our Luke Pay and display programs out in our outer lots, as well as Harbor Main parking lot, we are seeing a lot more exchanges by debit card and credit card as opposed to cash. Consequently, those fees continue to rise. I'm sure you'll see the same thing with downtown parking. Our parking services, that program is actually proposed to go down about 6%. Primary reason there is we've classified some capital that was formerly in parking services, and we've reclassified that into our capital program. So the replacement of our Luke Pay and display systems throughout our outer lots. I believe we have about 25 of those now, and they are in a harsh environment. So every 6-7 years, we've got to replace those and keep up to speed with software, et cetera. Our Harbor Patrol, slightly up 2%. That's primarily having to do with the obligations of the different work groups, treatment and patrol, and their contracts. Our marina management is basically status quo, 21 into 22. Our facilities maintenance, a slight increase of about 4%. Everything from slight increases in salary and benefits to increases in our costs for the citywide energy conservation program and our part of that, as well as GIS. And in facilities design and capital, basically status quo of 1% change. So big picture, again, up about 2.7% versus fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. I believe I'm going to hand this back over to Mr. Wiltshire for the capital presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bossy. All right, as far as timing goes, we're doing well. I think we've got 4 or so more slides. I'll touch on capital a little bit for our FY22 and FY23 program. So just from a high level, the waterfront's a really infrastructure heavy operations. We've got Stearns Wharf and numerous buildings and restrooms and parking lots and lighting. Our entire marina, which is comprised of docks and such. So in addition for there being a ton of things to maintain and wear down, we have the added element of them being either in or around the ocean, which kind of really accelerates the need for maintenance and capital upkeep. Generally, our capital program at the waterfront is funded by our revenues in excess of expenditures. And so really any funds we have over and above our operating budget are reinvested into infrastructure and tackling deferred maintenance through our capital projects. So as you can see on this FY22 list up there, a lot of red lines. COVID has certainly changed our capital program for the coming years. So on this slide, it shows a list of our FY22 capital projects. And as you can see, a number of those proposed projects have been canceled, deferred, or reduced. And these reductions are solely a result of COVID and reductions in our revenues. So as I mentioned before, we have nearly $2 million in deferred rents. So just to put that in perspective, that $2 million in deferred rents roughly amounts to our entire capital program for any given year. So in order to balance our budget and belt tighten, capital projects are kind of one of the main levers we've used to reduce expenditures. So in FY22, we've reduced our capital program by about $1 million. It can be done, but this is a bit concerning. So delaying critical infrastructure projects often amounts to kind of kicking the can down the road and can potentially become more expensive over time. So optimistically, as we return to a better business climate, our revenues may come in above budgeted levels. If this is the case, this would allow us to backfill some of these capital projects. If not, we're really putting ourselves behind the 8 ball with deferred maintenance and kind of pushing these projects farther out. One other thing I'd like to note at the bottom of the slide, I wanted to call out the annual dredging of the Harbor Channel. So that $2.9 million line item. So dredging of the harbor is really a critical operation. When the breakwater was built back in the 1920s, it created an impediment to the natural sand flow, which flows down coast kind of from north to south. So really, if we did not dredge the harbor annually, the sand would accumulate and close off the mouth of the harbor, kind of rendering the whole marina unusable. So dredging is a really costly but necessary process. Fortunately, for decades, this project has been funded at a federal level and the work performed by the Army Corps of Engineers. So the role of the Waterfront here is to help coordinate the project and really lobby to ensure that this federal funding continues. So a quick thanks to Mayor Murillo, who just recently signed off on a letter of support. So we just sent that off to Senator Feinstein. So in our support of continuation of dredging funding. Next slide. All right, so much as the last slide, these are proposed capital projects for FY23. So theme continues. We had to dramatically reduce our capital program by over half as a result of COVID. So the projects that remained on the list are really the core critical deferred maintenance projects. Again, optimistically, if we return to a better business climate and revenues come in better than we're projecting, we can begin to backfill these programs and our reserves. Next slide. All right, I wanted to shift gears a little bit and just highlight some of the efforts that have happened over the last year to kind of accommodate and account for the impacts from COVID. Next slide. All right, so as previously discussed, the Waterfront's an enterprise, and we really rely on our revenues to fund all of our operations and infrastructure. So this past year was tough. Our revenues were greatly affected. So to help balance those impacts to revenues while still providing the service and keeping all of our operations up and running, we did a fair amount of belt tightening. So one of the biggest expenditure cuts came in the form of salaries and benefits. We left a number of positions vacant. Over the course of the last year, we held 6 of 48 positions open throughout the year. So this represents roughly 12% of our workforce, which is significant. So again, I can't understate the thanks that I give to the staff down here, all the various work groups for picking up the slack over the year. This is really one of those things that it works in the short term and it can be done in times of need, but it really isn't sustainable in the long term for the organization and employees. So staff's been working really hard in a really dynamic year. And we're kind of approaching a point where we can see a little bit of light, and I'm looking forward to kind of working towards a fully staffed operation in the years to come. So really, in short, thanks to the staff for helping us balance our budget. This was really a key piece in expenditure savings in a truly tough time. And then capital projects I have listed here. So I showed the cuts in FY22 and 23. But we also reduced our capital program in FY21, kind of real time during the pandemic. We scaled back on previously planned projects to help kind of balance our budget. Next slide. All right, in addition, over the last year, our admin and accounting staff really combed through our budget line item by line item to identify various savings opportunities. So some of the larger savings came as a direct result of COVID. So one of the big ones was the suspension of the Waterfront shuttle. So the Waterfront budget's roughly $340,000 per year, in addition to Public Works' over $1 million to help to fund the Waterfront and MTD shuttle. So this savings, removing this from our budget, was really critical and allowed some of those dollars to be freed up to go back towards infrastructure and maintenance. Additionally, a number of events were canceled due to COVID. So 4th of July celebration, Harbor Seafood Festival, Nautical Swap. So these events represent a pretty significant cost to the waterfront. So canceling them through COVID did represent some dollar savings. All right, now I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Bossy for the last 2 slides.
Thank you, Mr. Wiltshire. Next slide, please. All right, perfect. Okay, so Waterfront Department reserves. We have 2 primary reserve categories. First is our Harbor Preservation Fund, and this also acts as oftentimes our capital improvement fund as well. This is where we fund a lot of our capital projects. We are required to keep a minimum of, our policy states, $2 million. And even with our reduced capital programs that you just saw, paired with reductions in revenues due to COVID on all fronts, parking, restaurants, et cetera, for the first time in recent history, easily the 9 years I've been here down at the waterfront, we're going to be dipping into those reserves and will fall below the $2 million limit. Again, as Mr. Wiltshire said, we're already, we're more and more optimistic every day with the activity we see down here and the numbers we're getting in on a daily basis from parking. People are coming down to the waterfront. So we are optimistic that we will be able to replenish those in short order as time goes on. We also have contingency and disaster reserves, which we maintain. One of those is at 15% of our operating budget, and the other is maintained at a minimum of 10%. So big picture, we have a little over $6.3 million in reserves. We are going to be dipping into that $2 million Harbor Preservation Fund to help fund our capital program for fiscal year 2022. Next slide, please. As Mr. Wiltshire mentioned, we are a lean and mean organization. We have a staff of 48, and it's been that way for quite some time. I think in the last 18 years, we've added 2 positions to the Waterfront Department, even though our revenues and the activity down here has been grown enormously, exponentially since those times. However, this year we are actually looking at a slight reduction in staff, and I'm going to go through these real quick. So on the left, you'll see the existing position. In the middle, you'll see the proposed reclassification, and on the right, you'll see the financial impact of the proposed reclassification. So starting at the top, we have a waterfront maintenance worker position that we'd like to move up to a maintenance coordinator position. That's going to add about $1,600 to the cost of that position. We have an administrative specialist up in our front office that we'd like to move into the position, reclassified to the Harbor Operations Assistant. That will be similar to the other position that's up in our front office. So they essentially do the same thing. So it makes sense that they'd be in the same position category. That's a $10,000 increase for salaries and benefits. We had an engineering technician here for many years, and she retired back in July. So this is one of the positions that we've kept open that has been a huge cost savings for us. We are proposing, based on the activity they did and how we see this position moving in the future, we are proposing to move that to a project engineer 1-2 position. That would be an increase of $45,000. But we really feel that this position can do so much more if it's in the right classification. Whether we, as you just saw, we have a very active capital program. We also have things like mooring permits with the state. We have all sorts of permitting things that we do that this project engineer would be right in that person's wheelhouse, at least that level of a position. Along with these three, we are proposing that to eliminate a maintenance supervisor position. And again, all of these are geared towards creating a more efficient organizational structure that really reflects the job duties of the individuals. Some of these aren't even filled at the current time, but they would reflect the job duties of the position. So we are proposing to eliminate a maintenance supervisor position. Our thought there is that with the increased responsibilities of moving from an engineering technician to a project engineer, that person would be able to absorb some of that maintenance supervisor duties, and also the maintenance coordinator position, moving from a maintenance worker to the coordinator, would be able to absorb some of those duties as well. So we wouldn't see a decrease in service levels by any stretch. So that's our proposal as far as staffing changes. Next slide, please. I believe that wraps up our initial portion of our budget presentation, and Mr. Wiltshire and I are here to answer questions. We also have staff waiting in the wings if need be.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to be disciplined right back here in 5 minutes. Our interpreters need a break. We need a quickie. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Meeting in recess. Thanks. presentation and again, getting through the pandemic as well as you did. And we have every faith in you. And Mr. Jordan will start our question period, please.
Morning, Mr. Wiltshire. Hey, Mr. Bossy too. So really my questions are just on slip fees and parking fees. On slip fees, are we running at 100% capacity, or slip use 100% capacity or close to it?
Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Jordan, yes, we are at 100% capacity and have been for many, many years.
So when you do that survey and you find out that you're wherever you were, but the numbers you had were significantly lower than some other places, I'm just wondering what the talking point is for being so much lower than everywhere else when we're running fully at capacity. I hearken back to the Disney marketing or financial rule that is, when times are really good, that's when you charge more. And when times are bad, that's when you charge less. So can you walk me through how we set those and why we aren't setting them higher?
Mike, oh, I could give this a whirl.
Yeah, no, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Jordan, happy to take that on. It's a great question, and it's something that I've looked into as well since getting here. I've talked to Mr. Brian Fossey at length about it. You're right. So historically, our slip fee increases have been pretty minor. So a typical year would see a 2% increase, and this has happened for a long time. So us being sort of below market rate on slip fees is really a product of sort of decades of pretty small increases. And so as opposed to kind of shocking the market and coming in with a big increase to attempt to balance that, we're really looking at sort of moving that up to a more 3% or an increase that's more in line with CPI and kind of getting there over time. What we really don't want to avoid is kind of holding slip fees stagnant for a long time, and then 10 years from now having to do a 30% increase because we need to balance our budget. And so I think a 3% per year at this point is a pretty reasonable way to get to where we need to get to.
So when you're comparing the survey data year to year, don't you find everybody else is doing that too, or not?
Yeah, I think 3% is a pretty palatable and pretty common increase, 2 to 5%. There are some neighboring marinas that have run into that problem. I believe Oceanside recently, within the last 3 to 5 years, made sort of an 18 or 20% increase because they got into some trouble. So how do you close the gap is what I'm really asking, rather than just keep up. If you're increasing 2.5 or 3 every year as a way to close the gap, presumably a little, and they're increasing 2.5 or 3% a year, when does that gap ever close? Well, I mean, we're not operationally not as focused as closing that gap on our neighbors. What's really important to us is ensuring that we have the revenues to complete our infrastructure and maintenance. It's not necessarily apples to apples. We have other entities within our waterfront that maybe some harbor marinas don't, so we have a mix of tenant revenues, parking revenues, slip fees at our disposal to kind of meet and match our expenditure needs. And so as opposed to just closing that gap, it's trying to provide the best benefit to our slip holders while meeting our infrastructure and maintenance and operational obligations. Fair enough. And then
Sorry if I may. Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Jordan, along those lines, and the other marinas, they don't always necessarily go up. You've got public and private marinas that we survey. Some of these private marinas are at 50%. So they're going to try and lower their rates to attract people down there. And then once they get to start to fill, then increase them. So it kind of shifts across the board. As Mike said, Mr. Wiltshire said, we've been, consistently going up in an effort to avoid, this year we're going to increase it by 30%, because I have a feeling that would not go over real well. Okay. So, and then, so do you actually know where the boat owners are from? So I guess what this is kind of just driving in my mind too, does the lower rate here put a boat from
Marina Del Rey in our harbor because they're willing to drive an hour and a half rather than, and pay the lower slip fee rather than have a boat down there because that one's significantly higher. Do we look at that at all?
Councilman Jordan, we have all the registered addresses of the boats. I don't know anecdotally if people are moving their boats here. There is a pretty big barrier to entry to getting a slip in the Santa Barbara Harbor. We have a long wait list. Even our neighbors in Ventura, you can walk up and get a slip. They're not in the situation we're in. They have open slips. So my guess would be that probably happens a little bit in the reverse. Okay. Our monthly slip fees are low comparably to other marinas, but our kind of the barrier to entry to get in to get a slip is pretty high.
So anecdotally, you don't really see anything that jumps up and says, we're losing slip availability for the Carpinteria to Goleta customer that we want to serve because they're migrating from down south to avoid higher slip fees.
Yeah, I can't say that we've ever looked at it from that lens, but that's a good point. I'm sure we could drum up that data fairly quickly and kind of do a back of a napkin analysis to see if that's happening.
It's not jumping up at you. Maybe it's just I guess obviously I'm just concerned that we're a community serving harbor and that should be our focus. But if we're knowing that we have disparity in slip fees, is that really driving people from the south to come up and park a boat here because they think it's cheaper to drive an hour than it is to pay $200 or $300 more a month? And then do we do the same kind of survey on other similar marina operations that have parking lots for parking fees? And do we know where we are for that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes. Oh, sorry, Mike, do you want to go ahead?
No, it's right up your alley.
So yes, we do. That's included in our annual survey, and it varies. You know, some marinas are free. There are a number of marinas in Ventura Harbor that offer free parking. Of course, at the same time, they're operating at 65% of capacity as well, and have significantly more land to be able to do that. So which we do not. So yeah, parking is part of that. Like I said, it's slip fees, it's electrical fees, it's how much you charge for a gate key, how much is a replacement key, how much you pay for commercial ice and things like, how much you charge for commercial ice and things like that. So we really try and get as much information out of these people as we can. But as far as other entities, you know, we look at other beachside communities and what they charge for a similar permit. Well, for example, just even downtown parking, I believe it's $480 a year for their cheapest lot, and that does not include overnight parking. Huntington Beach, no overnight parking, $150 a year. Newport Beach, $674 a year. Laguna Beach, $200. Monterey, $432 a year. So quite a variety there. Ours is definitely on the lower end of that. Okay. And it keeps people coming down here at the same time. Could it be more, a lot more? Yeah, it could.
I'm a 20-year customer up until this year, and I just get the benefit. But and the ones you referenced down in like Wainimi or Channel Islands, those lots don't have the draw that we have also. I mean, I recognize that too. I've spent a lot of time down there, but we offer much more here than just a place to park to get on a boat. So I agree. So thank you for that info. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be brief, but first, just thank you for your constant, careful management of these funds. I mean, it's so hard to do, and I really appreciate how you prioritize accessibility and having it be such a successful working harbor. My question, just very briefly, there are a lot of savings here through the kiosks and parking lot maintenance program and delaying those. And my question about the kiosks, are they still going to be eventually, are they going to be automated, or are we keeping the employees who are operating the entrance and exit?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, great question, knowing that we work hand in hand on a lot of things with our downtown parking friends, but we have no intention of going to an automated system. Our automated system is on our outer lots with our loop pay and display program. As far as the 2 kiosks, we operate 2 kiosks on basically a full-time basis. Our Harbor Main, which is 24/7, 365 days a year. And then out on the wharf, which is generally about 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on a daily basis. And then intermittently, we have the Los Baños kiosk as well. So we have no plans along those lines to go fully automated. With our loop pay and display, that was a big change to automation in a sense, but those people just shifted into more of enforcement and assistance role and helping people get comfortable with that and continue to be out there and help people understand the system. So that's where we're at for now. I anticipate with our loop pay and display, we will go to, in working with downtown parking, the pay by phone option as time goes on. We do have a different clientele than our downtown parking folks. We have people going to the beach, not down to restaurants and movies. So they're readily accessible to their vehicle. So
excellent, thank you. I was going to say my experience with, with all the kiosketeers, but at the waterfront, there's such a valuable source of information, not just about locations, but I need to update my boat permit. Where do I go? What do I do? And they can sort of answer operational questions in a way that is only a live person can do. And they're so accessible. And then really, I know that your staffing is lean and mean and that you talk about people being stretched thin, but you have such an incredibly responsive staff, and they really do treat everyone like they're the only person that they need to pay attention to, and they really they know people's names and they welcome people, and it's really really incredible staff. I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. We'll be sure to relay that to them. That's very kind. Appreciate it.
Mr. Friedman, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This brings back memories, Mr. Bossy, from a decade ago when I was in the Harbor Commission and you were just starting out at the waterfront. So I always like the presentation. Just one question regarding cruise ships. I know that there's international and regulations on them, but what is the local flexibility for them going out, and when they come back, if our community has still some uncomfortable or there's still rising cases or those types of things, where if they come back, what discretion do we have and what discretion do we have going out in the further years so we can have that community discussion, and or where do we not have discretion?
Yeah, no, that's a great question and a great topic. Obviously, we haven't had any cruise ship visits in over a year now. I think the last one was early March of last year. Just by way of a little context, the ship visits typically book or request to book kind of 18 months, 24 months, even farther in advance. The CDC and the industry is still really grappling with that. And so I don't know if it is necessarily the best time to make decisions. I would love to come back to council as we get closer to fall and kind of engage on that process a little bit and update council on what CDC recommendations are, what the industry is doing, what we should do locally, what other ports and marinas are doing. I just don't think we're at a great spot to sort of project and predict where that's going to go. Overall, it is a very successful program. We do run it only in the off seasons, the shoulder seasons, so spring and fall and winter. Most ship visits are typically midweek, and it's still very supported by Visit Santa Barbara, the Chamber, and a lot of the business entities. So I know it deserves some discussion. I don't know if this is the time, but from a budgeting point of view, we have kind of budgeted status quo ship visits for FY22 and FY23.
Great, thank you. I'll look forward to that discussion later on in the fall or when it's appropriate when we have more information.
Mr. Kalan, something from you? No.
Thank you.
Good. We do want to prepare the community that we'll start talking about cruise ships again. So I'm glad that Mr. Friedman asked the question. I don't have questions myself, and I don't see anyone else coming onto the screen. So let's go to public comment. I know there's some folks that have been waiting since 9 o'clock this morning. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Gorman, people raising their hand. Folks, this is your opportunity to speak your piece. Everyone gets 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Very good. Madam Mayor and Council, we have 5 persons logged on. I believe all of them previously had indicated they wish to speak on this item. We have Christopher Voss, Kim Selko, Barbara Rose Hoover, Marco Farrell, and Michael Nelson. So we'll start with Christopher Voss. Christopher Voss, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, good day, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Chris Voss, and I'm the president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And we, as you know, have submitted a request for $25,000 as matching funds from the Harbor District to help us pursue our shoreside infrastructure needs long-term into the future, indefinitely. So we're anxious to thank you all for having last year unanimously supported this effort, and also Councilman Jordan and Friedman's working group in creating this opportunity to collaborate to meet our long-term objectives. So I would hope that we can talk about that briefly here in an effort to get council approval of such an action. I'd like to quit early and get Dr. Selko on to more clearly express our needs. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We're happy to hear what you have to say. We're putting everything on a list, a wish list, and so let's hear what you all have to say. Thank you. Dr. Selko, are you next?
Kim Selko, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council and Waterfront staff. I'm the Executive Director of Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara, our local port association, a 501c3 nonprofit. We focus on creating a thriving fishing community and strong access to local seafood for everyone. I'm also a marine scientist, and I operate Get Hooked, Santa Barbara's community-supported fishery program. So I'm wearing several hats today, as usual. We're thrilled to see the strong support at all levels for a late addition of a $25,000 appropriation to the Waterfront's budget to provide matching funds on federal grants we're seeking to address the infrastructure needs of our maritime industry. It's a great follow-up to the unanimous vote City Council made last August to take action on this issue, and a fantastic demonstration that the collaborative partnership the city has made with us is continuing to strengthen. We really appreciate, as Chris said, the efforts of our City Council liaison, the Waterfront Department, regularly touching base with us. We've been happy that Jason Harris has been very responsive, working with us to include fisheries economic development goals in his planning documents. And Jason Harris was the one who encouraged us to seek this appropriation today. We are getting ready to submit grants to EDA and USDA, possibly NOAA, as well as keep an eye on local and state level opportunities. We have a great executive team with Dave Davis, Leslie Wiscombe, and professional grant writers. And we're very optimistic that we can find a way to meet some of our infrastructure needs within the OM1 zone. Through a project we call the Maritime Collective, which will provide new gear and boat storage space and cold storage and processing equipment for fishermen and fish processors, as well as provide additional space for others in the maritime community. The Maritime Collective is really our plan to help the city satisfy its obligation of the Coastal Act and local coastal plan to provide adequate shoreside infrastructure. I just want to end by noting that we've seen huge surge in public interest and support for local fisheries in the last year, increased visitation at the Saturday market, long lines at the Santa Barbara Fish Market, and a surge in membership to Get Hooked. I can speak to the fact that we've got 700 households within the city limits participating in Get Hooked. And we've created 15 new local jobs this year. Other processors have also represent about 50 jobs, and at least 300 fishermen and men and women work on the boats in our harbor. So I really appreciate the chance to speak, and I appreciate hearing your decision on this late appropriation. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Barbara Rose Hoover, then Marco Farrell, Michael Nelson. Barbara Rose Hoover, please go ahead.
Hi, can everyone hear me? I hope so. I work with the commercial fishermen of Santa Barbara as a program coordinator, and I recently graduated from the Bren School of Environmental Science and Management at UCSB, and I decided to stick around Santa Barbara because I was so inspired by the unique fishing community and culture that we have here. And I would like to say that this $25,000 will have a great return on investment by bringing in the federal funding that we need to really further our mission and further support this community. And also providing adequate shoreside infrastructure for our working harbor is a great, is a goal shared for many for decades by both the city and the fishing community. And I also wanted to thank everyone for the ongoing support for our fishing community. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. A lot of my colleagues at the Bren School also do love just going down to Chins Market, talking to the fishermen there, and really enjoying all the great natural bounty that this ocean has to offer. So thank you so much for your
Thank you, Ms. Rose Hoover. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Marco Farrell. Marco Farrell, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the Santa Barbara City Council. Thank you for considering the supplemental line item for the $25,000 to help support the maritime industry infrastructure in our harbor. My name is Marco Farrell, and I've been a resident of Santa Barbara since 1980. I spent every spare moment as a kid on the pier and around the waterfront learning how to fish. In high school, I started working on all the fishing and dive boats out of the sea landing, and then moved into the commercial fishing, tending on urchin and fishing boats. I left working on the water about 15 years ago or so, but it then pulled me back. I now fish hook and line on my 20-foot boat for ground fish like lingcod and rockfish, halibut, sea bass, and the occasional exotics. Commercial fishing has many challenges that are out of our control, from regulations, the costs, the weather. Every year, everything gets more expensive, from gas to rent to home prices. And as the property values have skyrocketed, we are steadily losing our vital boat storage yards that get sold and turned into high-priced vacation condos. Unfortunately, the price of fish to us has not risen to absorb these increased costs. All of these hits make it harder and harder for existing fishermen to survive and discourage new and younger fishermen from entering the field. The Santa Barbara has an amazing and rich history as a working harbor, with families like the Casagnolas and the McCorkles working out of it for so many decades and sometimes several generations. Now it's inspiring to see new and young fishermen learning the trade. Keeping commercial fishermen working out of our harbor is critical to its lifeblood and the soul of this harbor and the city. In many harbors up and down the coast, this critical infrastructure is disappearing. Once vibrant and busy fish processing plants have been pushed overseas, ice houses are shutting down, and commercial fishermen are losing space to store their gear, traps, and boats. These buildings that once housed our gear are being replaced with tchotchke shops selling souvenirs and t-shirts to tourists. I'm asking for your approval of this supplemental line item. This is a great investment for the city, as it'll allow us to help getting a federal matching grant. Having a boat and gear yard, cold storage, and fish processing would be so helpful to us. The stress of trying to find boat storage near the harbor, worrying if your yard will shut down as property goes up for sale, is real. I have to store my boat in Carpinteria, and it adds over an hour each way, at each end of my fishing day. Your approval of these funds will help our association continue to help improve the infrastructure that keeps us fishing. Grants like these help fishermen survive all of these increased costs and challenges we face. Without us, the harbor becomes just another tourist area selling t-shirts and glasses to tourists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker is Michael Nelson. Michael Nelson, please go ahead.
Mayor Murillo, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by thanking you for the support that you provided, not only this initiative, but the industry, the seafood industry. There are 200 working fishermen that use our port, and each of them is a small independent businessman that we should not lose sight of. I also want to speak directly to the budget. Mike Wiltshire didn't make a big issue of it, but in there is a capital item to replace the ice house. You really need to understand just how important that ice house is, not just to the fishermen, but to the whole seafood industry that takes advantage of that ice and its low cost. So to be able to keep that project in the capital budget is really, really important. I also want to say thank you to Jason Harris, who had the idea to put this request in, because it was consistent with the approval the council made last August. And part of that approval last August was that there would be council level oversight. And that has been provided by Mike Jordan and Eric Friedman, and they are on the ground trying to make this project happen in a big way. And they recently have had a good meeting with one of our advisors and a key waterfront property owner, and we're tremendously thankful for their effort. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you'll favorably consider this action.
Thanks so much, Mr. Nelson. Was that it, Ms. Gorman, for our speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment and go to our discussion on the Waterfront Department. Had a lot of changes it wanted to make. We need to hear if you're supportive of the fee changes, the staffing. The last topic of discussion was this request. Ms. Sneddon, Ms. Harmon, and then Mr. Friedman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm sorry, I lost my track for a second. Really, for the specific request for the budget, a few things in there that short term, the funding for sea level rise considerations is rather small, and I realize that it's $100,000 and it's for beach nourishment, and I realize that this isn't the year to be upping that budget, but long term over the next 2 years and further years, looking for that to increase for that long term planning, and as Mr. Wiltshire mentioned, kicking the can down the road for major infrastructure improvements is going to be a big consideration, but this isn't the year for that. I do, the staffing changes I'm in support of, but in light of also that they have had a very lean staff and it's now getting leaner, that we were looking toward replenishing that as soon as we can. And then for the set aside of the $25,000 for the local commercial fishermen, I absolutely wholeheartedly support this. It's something I have supported for a long time. And I do agree that we get a greater return on the investment for a very small set aside. And actually, I think a larger set aside if we could, but I'm not sure that we can in this year. But we have a commitment to growing the blue economy. It's sustainable, local. It's I'm a member of the Get Hooked, and I can say one of my favorite things is getting the fresh, sustainable, local fish, and then it has the name of the fisherman right on there, and it's really so fantastic to support that growing industry here. I also really feel like we have made council decisions that have really affected the usability of that OM1 zone, and have sort of bargained it away at different times, and the loss of that available space in the OM1 is really what is driving the need for the commercial fishermen to have boat storage space. So any way that we can help in that and mitigate that, I'm completely supportive of the set aside, and just really thank you to the Waterfront Department for all that you do for the whole community and beyond our community. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you very much to our waterfront staff. I'll start with their recommendations. I agree. It's clear that they are doing a lot with a little. My sincere appreciation for that and for the clear, careful planning. I agree with Ms. Studden to the extent that we can up those budgets in the years to come. I will certainly be looking to do that as well, but really appreciate these suggestions and where you are and what you've put forth. On the budget request for the $25,000 for the Marine Collective, I just agree. I agree. I could not be more supportive of this. I am wholeheartedly in favor of setting aside this money. The matching opportunity is significant. And I just have to say, I think if, you know, among the many things that COVID has shown us is also the necessity of diversifying our local economy. This is one of the ways that we can do that. One of the ways we can do it in a truly local, truly sustainable way. So the whole city will reap benefits for years to come if we put our money where our mouth is, literally, and support this effort. So I'm 100% behind it and appreciate all the work, colleagues, staff, community members, commercial fishermen that have been part of this effort. It's something that I think we can all be very proud of, and I'm really excited about. Finally, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to bring up one last issue to see if there is interest from our colleagues, or to sort of put it in the ear of city staff, an issue that I've been hearing quite a lot about as it relates to waterfront yearly parking permits. And I know last year or the year before, we tried to sort of deal with some of the problems we were seeing in those lots with overnight campers and large oversized vehicles. And from what I'm hearing, that's been very, very effective, perhaps too effective. I've gotten a lot of communications from folks that have slightly oversized vehicles who truly use the lots for recreation, don't stay overnight, don't extend beyond one parking space, who have fallen under this sort of very broad prohibition of large vehicles. So if there's interest, I would be interested in, now that we've dealt with this large problem, perhaps we can scale it back to consider allowing folks that truly are recreational and that have no interest in commercial or staying overnight in these large vehicles, to allow them some access to a yearly permit. So I get a lot of communication on that from folks who feel that they're missing out and they've sort of been trapped in this net that's meant to solve a different problem. So I want to put that out there as something I'm really interested in, and see if there's any feedback from colleagues or just to sort of flag it for city staff today. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first I'll just want to start with thanking our staff. Every year the Waterfront creates a great budget and so much that you do every year. A lot of different interests out there. And so I'll start with the recommendations. I agree with the recommendations put forth by staff. And then also, of course, I'm supportive of the request by the commercial fishermen. Councilmember Jordan and I have been working with them. And we're really at this phase now where it's a good opportunity to seek some matching state money to basically be able to start planning and looking at some options, because there's no real easy path forward, but I think this allows us to have a path forward. So I'm fully supportive of the request for that. And then just in terms of the parking issue, I want to get more information from staff, because I have talked with them about it, because I think Councilmember Harmon is right. There are some nuances in it. But when I've talked with staff, there's also some challenges with changing it. So I think it'd be helpful to maybe give the council some more information just on what those challenges are, that have come up with modifying it, but I think we should look at it because there are some concerns that others have brought up to me. For example, having certain vehicles that are from like old VW buses that are just their daily vehicles that are no longer available. So those types of things. So I think getting more information is a good thing because we need to try to address that. So other than that, again, supportive of the commercial fishermen and thank those who spoke today and the budget that staff proposed. And thank you for all the great work you're doing down at the waterfront. It's one of the most important places in our city. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. Mr. Jordan, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would echo thanks to the department and echo my support for all the recommendations you've heard up to this point. The couple things just to highlight on, I also share the same concern that Councilmember Sneddon mentioned about the dollars for sea level rise. I don't think we kid ourselves that we're not going to fee or solve our ways out of our sea level rise infrastructure and seascape areas by ourselves, that there's going to have to be support from somewhere else. But I worry that when we're under the market rate for services that we're offering, that we're not working harder to accumulate enough money that we have when state or federal money does not cover what we need to do when the real impacts of sea level rise start to appear. So I just share that concern. I know that's an ongoing process. And the same with capital costs. I hate to see capital costs being deferred when we're acknowledging that we're charging less than equivalent market rate fees for the use of our facilities. If that becomes an out-year problem where we still aren't generating the revenue, as Waterfront staff said, the decay of waterfront property and equipment far accelerates in past what happens on land, and it just gets out of hand too quickly too. So I'm not a landlord. I'm not a marina operator. I'm just a customer. So, you know, take that with, I'm like barely smart enough to be dangerous, but I just hope we're collecting enough money and not leaving money on the table in terms of parking or slip fees in particular. I've also been politely pummeled on the use of the waterfront lots by oversized vehicles, which are daily use vehicles by their owner. They're not something that's being having equipment stored in or being left down there. They're just recreational vehicles that now have kite boards or paddle boards inside them, and they were specifically bought to carry a gaggle of kids and a bunch of beach equipment and go down to the beach, and they're having to pay hourly rates or daily rates rather than buy a $125 annual ticket. And you look around you, you see more and more of those. And I too would be interested in pursuing some type of conversation on a potential remedy to have a daily or a annual rate for those vehicles that could be certain that they were not parking overnight or for longer term in the waterfront lots. So I think you've heard from three of us now. And then I'll leave you with just the general attaboy that I gave the airport the other day. You know, we all use downtown parking, even though that's a department. We all use the streets, that's a department. There's places in town that have subcommittees. We could be talking about a park on the east side, subcommunities, a park on the east side, obviously, or a flying club at the airport. And there's the same kind of subcommunity down at the harbor. And it's really important, I think, when we're engaging in budget or just day-to-day operations, that we're recognizing that some departments are more than just a service provider. They also house their own communities, and that we don't get stuck with what's on paper in a budget or what's a usual process, that we recognize that we owe a greater responsibility to working with those sub-communities within a department. And I think the Waterfront Department over the last year, while I've been in office, has made great strides in that area. I think there's still work to be done, and I'm committed to participating with the Waterfront Department and with those sub-communities in that area to make things the best they can. So I guess it's just a call to keep looking for the people that are involved in your area, not just running a department. And remember that those people form a sub-community within the department, and they're very, very important to the big communities picture. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan, and for the work that you and Mr. Freeman have been doing with the commercial fisher people. Mr. Wiltshire, I'm hearing general support for your budget as presented. I also hear that we're asking you to bring back ways to pay out that $25,000 request, and also a report back on the parking issue of large vehicles that want to use the parking lots down there. If that would be when you come back, when Mr. Casey brings back the budget and for approval or a different kind of discussion, I guess we need to have that. We need to have that discussion. So if there's no other comments, I'm just going to thank you again for all the work you do. And everyone loves our waterfront. All the locals, our visitors do too. You're working in the most beautiful setting ever on the planet. And so thank you so much for taking good care of our waterfront resources. And nobody mentioned Harbor Patrol. There's all kinds of good stuff in your report, and all the tow sinked boats that have sunk, and there's all kinds of stuff that you do. So thank you for all of that. And we will start the conversation with the community about the cruise ships returning, and maybe if all of them are required to be vaccinated, that would be a step in the right direction, that our community would be okay with them returning to Santa Barbara. So again, we're starting that discussion. Mr. Wiltshire, if you have any closing remarks, we are over time, but we're really excited about our information technology budget presentation next. Go ahead, Mr. Wiltshire.
No comments. I'm excited too for the next one. Yeah, noted on all of your requests, and we'll get on that and get back to you with our responses, and we'll look into it.
Thank you so much to you and Mr. Bossy. And we'll move on to information technology. And thanks, folks, for your patience. Mr. Floor, our fire and harbor discussion went longer than we thought. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Floor. I'm the Acting Information Technology Director. And with me today will be Rudy Fiddler, our Acting Information Technology Manager. So we'll be giving this presentation jointly. This is Rudy. So we're here today, like the other departments, to present to you our fiscal year 2022 budget. Information technology is an internal service fund. So we serve the city organization. We're internally focused, and our core mission, and you'll see this repeated a couple of times throughout this presentation, the themes that you'll see, our core mission are: number one, security. We are all about security and securing our data and securing access, things like that. Number two in our mission is uptime. We are very focused on making sure that our both our hardware and our networking equipment, as well as our software and the applications that we use, are up and running, so that all city staff at all levels can access the data tools that they need in order to be successful and do their job. And then thirdly, it's customer service. So we service the organization in a number of ways. We train, we fix, and we also work with departments to scope needs and to find and help implement solutions in that regard that will help them be successful as well. As an internal service fund, we're a behind the scenes group. And but we've been very active in the past year. You know, you've heard from other departments that COVID has really had a major influence in how we did work and what we did. So just like the other departments last March, when the stay-at-home order came down, IT was very busy. And we configured and deployed about 400 laptop computers and got peripherals out to everybody, helped set up these remote meetings. And we also had to rebuild our virtual private network in order to allow for remote access. And finally, because so much business went remote, we had to adapt our workflows as well. The IT department developed about 20 e-signature forms to allow our customers and our constituents to still interact with the city and sign forms, but in a way that was socially distant. They could do so from home or their workplace. So you know, one of the other interesting things about IT as this sort of hidden, internally focused group is that when we're doing our job well, you don't see us much, right? So if we're doing everything right, we're kind of behind the scenes. That said, I'm just one face here representing 17 other folks in a department that are extremely capable and extremely dedicated and very, very good at what they do. And so it's just a real honor and privilege to be able to be the face of, for you to know this very extraordinary group that's behind me. So, so with that, next slide, please. We're going to go into our presentation, very similar to other departments. We'll give a department overview. We'll talk about our accomplishments in the last year, as well as looking forward, what you can expect. And Mr. Fiddler will give that piece of the budget. Then we'll turn to the budget itself. And I'll discuss the numbers and what both our operating budget and our capital planning looks like. We'll talk a little bit about our planned reductions, and then both Mr. Fiddler and I will be available for questions. So next slide, please. Next one. So information technology, we are comprised of 18.25 positions. We're broken into 7 teams, and I'm just going to go through this quickly. We have a help desk. The help desk is our frontline group. They handle just about everything that comes in, and we want it that way. We want everything to originate with the help desk because we have a tracking system and a ticketing system and workflows that get that request to the right person. Sometimes the help desk group will, in many cases, help desk staff will take care of that need. And if not, if it goes to the web team or other folks, they do that. And as you can see on the left side of our chart, the help desk and the network infrastructure team, that comprises our network side. IT is broken into roughly 2 groups, network and hardware, and then applications, so software. And so the help desk is really the go-to team, and they take most of everything that comes in, and we want it that way. Your networks team, they're keeping our network and actually the flow of data working and keeping our network up. As we get to the enterprise application team, now we're to the other side of the shop. This is the enterprise application side. The enterprise team keeps all of our big enterprise applications up and running and versioning correct and keeping those safe, whether it's Munis, Tyler Munis, our financial management system, or asset management systems, or our land development permitting program, they're doing that. We have a very skilled geographic information system team, and then a web services team. And you've seen the web services team at work this year as we've brought our plans forward to you to replace our website. We'll be coming back to you in about the next month or so with a recommendation for a vendor. And then we have one of the best computer trainers I have ever come across who helps us learn all of these new applications and how to use them, whether it's electronic time cards or any number of other things, as well as just basic skills. So Vince Wong is just a real asset. Our management team is comprised of 2 supervisors, an application supervisor and an infrastructure supervisor. We have currently a vacant departmental manager. That's when Miss Marianne Knight retired in December. We've kept that position vacant, and Mr. Fiddler's been filling that on an acting basis. And then we're very excited, we're currently recruiting for a new director position. And so while it's been a real privilege to work with IT over the past couple of years, this will likely be my last budget presentation to you, as we'll have new executive leadership coming in. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Fiddler to talk a little bit more about these teams and some of our recent accomplishments.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Rudy Fiddler. I'm the acting information technology manager. I normally serve as the infrastructure supervisor. So I'll be going into kind of what each one of these teams really has done the past year and what they do on a daily basis. So our help desk, as Mr. Ford stated, is really our front line. We definitely want it that way. They know exactly who to route issues to, because we do have a system that we implemented a little over 3 years ago, and we've continued to gain efficiency with that system. You can see last year we closed 6,300 issues. That was almost double from the year before. And that was a combination of better tracking of our work, better intake, as well as just a higher workload. This year, it's a little bit of that, but it's really mostly a doubling of our workload. And that came in a few areas. So the operational support that this team manages is all of our user services. So creating accounts, disabling accounts, making sure that that's secure. They handle all of our desktop replacements, laptop replacements. They handle issue troubleshooting as well. And then importantly for this past year, they handled some really specific COVID support. So as we had to deploy a lot of laptops for remote work, we also had to create VPN accounts and accounts for GoToWebinar, GoToMeeting, citywide. It was a large undertaking to make sure that it all was seamless as they worked with higher level staff. And that's really one of the keys to the help desk team and why it's important to submit your requests with them is they know exactly who to go to on the higher level staff and our technical teams so that you're not trying to find who you're looking for. And we handle all of that internally. And this team does an exceptional job, as many of them had to work remotely as well and stayed available. Next slide, please. On the same side of the shop, on the infrastructure side, is our network infrastructure team. This team maintains and supports our city network, as well as our server infrastructure. So they're really responsible for, and they are really a team that you likely don't see too often, partly because they do an excellent job, but also if you see them, it's usually when we've got some serious downtime. So they maintain our high-speed access and securely, and that is really the focus. One of the primary focuses of this team is cybersecurity. They are the cybersecurity team for us. Everything they do is through a cybersecurity lens. The management of our email systems, our backups and recovery, our hardware support is all very security focused. We replace old hardware to make sure that it is current, not end of life, fully patched. And we do this monthly. It's a regular cycle. It's a large commitment for them. On top of handling all of this work in this past year, we had to build a new VPN system, the virtual private network, so our remote workers could effectively work from home. We had a system that was properly spec'd for our city and for the amount of users we had, and that system failed. It did not work well. That was nationwide. All of their customers had this problem. We worked with them to try to resolve that. Our network team did a great job in finding a different solution that better filled our needs, built that solution, and worked with the help desk to roll that out. They also, during the pandemic, while we were supporting remote work, this team was able to identify issues that were not our own, that were our service providers' issues. And we worked with them to try to ensure that our users could work remotely with their systems as well, and getting into our systems. So that was a very big lift. We're pretty proud of that system. It's very dynamic, so we're able to really adjust it as remote work it continues or lessens. And then the other big project they've been doing this year, again, is related to security and our file servers. And this is a very forward looking project in that we're making sure we're removing all old hardware, improving the hardware and performance of these systems, but it's also these file servers and the way that they're being built going forward is going to give us some opportunities as we look toward projects like Office 365, which we'll touch on later. Next slide, please. Okay, now onto our enterprise applications side. Our enterprise applications team, it's a small team. It's 2, and you likely, if you've worked with Munis, Acela, CIS, Cartograph, or Kronos, have worked with them. They manage these systems. These systems are citywide or multi-departmental systems. They take a lot of communication and coordination to maintain and upgrade, since we heavily rely on them. They're all of these systems are critical to operations for all the departments that use them. Recently, this team launched Kronos citywide, led that project. And so Telestaff launched in August for our public safety, and workforce dimensions in November for the rest of our staff. This system is a big one, and it's a big efficiency tool for the city to move away from old work practices, right? Paper timesheets, and have a more modern way to do our timekeeping. And with that project, there were several other upgrades that this group has been working on. There is a financial system upgrade right now, a Munis upgrade, but that's going in tandem with an upgrade to our utility billing system. And this is in relation to the automated metering infrastructure, which Public Works will speak to that project more. We assessed the utility billing system and found that it was really important to make sure that as that project got going, because it is tightly connected to the utility billing system, it sits on top of it, that we upgrade this system to be on the latest and greatest version so that AMI can really thrive. And lastly, with this group, they, during COVID, brought the Acela Citizen Access Portal online, and that was critical for the teams that use that, as well as our constituency to be able to handle permitting remotely with social distance. Next slide, please. Our GIS team, our Geographic Information Systems, this team, a lot of our users may not know a lot about GIS. In the past, it may have been kind of a novelty. Now it's everywhere. GIS is really ubiquitous. It integrates with almost everything we do, from asset management and Cartograph, where we track assets, work history, and more. It's integrated into our permitting system, some of our other map systems, a system called Perfect Mind, that and ArcGIS Online, and that's used for departments use that for GIS tasks such as automations for water, other mapping related tools. This team is looking to continually grow the usage of GIS and really deliver excellent service. And so one of the projects that they've done this year is Portal Enterprise, and that is the foundation for the expansion of our GIS services and GIS applications that we have available to us that we'll be able to utilize. This team also works with groups around the city. They recently worked with fire to create the fire hazard area map. That project was developed with GIS to have an interactive mapping tool, so the public can enter their address immediately to identify if they're in a hazard zone. So there are many opportunities with GIS, and we look forward to the continued growth there. Next slide. Our web services team. Mr. Ford touched on this with the website project. That is a large project, right? It's our one of our primary public engagement tools. It's a foundational piece of our engagement. This team is excellent. They really know what they're doing, and they will deliver an excellent website. They also maintain our internal SharePoint, which many of you know is MOS, which is one of our primary collaboration tools. So this team is critical to a lot of collaboration and communication. They also handle some back-end system with public meetings, our payment portals, and the web forms that Mr. Ford mentioned. Recently, as Mr. Ford said, we have our new web platform, and this team has also worked on custom sites outside of the main site, such as the airport's Fly SBA and the Santa Barbara Clean Energy site, which was a recent project this year. Next slide. Excuse me. Our computer training. Many of you know Vince, as Mr. Ford mentioned. He is our trainer, but he does a lot more than just training. Our users, he builds our training programs, and he is also our expert on Highland On-Base, our agenda and content management system. And he continues to grow the usage of that system, working with departments to see how they could better utilize On-Base. He developed the training and rollout of the training for Kronos, so that our GoToWebinar and On-Base, so that our users could hit the ground running. And he is continually providing training on our financial system like Munis, as well as our productivity tools, which is primarily the Microsoft Office suite. Next slide. With that, so with an understanding of kind of what all of our teams do, these are sort of our priorities for this coming year, our priority projects. Many of these are not just priorities for the next upcoming year, but are ongoing priorities. Cybersecurity is always a primary focus. It is at the forefront. Everything we do, we look at, is it secure, is it safe? And we'll continue to do so. With that, in cybersecurity, we take a multi-layered approach, which really boils down to, we don't use a single system. We use a collection of monitoring, training, and proactively patching and replacing systems as we need to make sure that we are keeping our systems secure. And we'll continue to find ways to improve our security posture going forward. Uptime and support, Mr. Ford touched on that. And really, we're a service organization. We're service driven. Uptime and support is a primary metric for almost any IT shop. Our service level agreements are very important to us, and our uptime is very important to us. And we'll continue our ongoing projects with our replacement projects, our system upgrades, to maintain a high level of uptime so that all of our workers can effectively work. The next three are more focused to this year and in the coming year. The launch of the new city's website that will be coming back to council soon. We're leading a Tyler Munis upgrade, which is our financial system, to ensure that it's current and that we have the current forms available to us. This is not a small project. And last but certainly not least, we will be kicking off our Office 365 project, which we will start by migrating our city mail to the cloud. We'll roll out Teams, which is a collaboration tool, and OneDrive, which again, a collaboration tool and file storage tool. And the key there is it's a multi-layered or faceted project, really. There's several pieces of this project. It's a large one, but the end state of it is more ability to work remotely, more dynamically for all of our users. You will really only need an internet connection. You won't necessarily need to be on the city network. Mailbox size will become much closer to unlimited, which I know everyone's looking forward to. And we'll have a better tools and more efficiency in areas like public records requests. This project is another, like the website, a modern technology backbone for a lot of future improvements that we're looking to make going forward. Next slide.
Madam Mayor, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to thank Mr. Fiddler. I had the feeling he was done and was going to disappear. So I just wanted to say hello and thank you. Or is he staying on? If you're staying on, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I will stay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So thank you. So as you can see from that description of our shop, IT, while we are involved in the technology side, we are highly reliant on other departments. So just this year, we are in big debt to the finance department and to public works and to public safety and to human resources for helping us to implement things like Kronos and Munis upgrades and upgrades to the utility billing system and things like that. We couldn't do this alone. We are so dependent upon subject matter experts throughout the entire city to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And so just, I don't think we say thank you enough, and this is our time to say thank you to all those departments and their staff who really work tirelessly alongside of us to make those projects happen. All right, so now we'll get into the budget itself. You can go to the next slide, please. The Information Technology Department for FY22, we have a total budget, just to put it into perspective, of about 4.86 million. That's broken into two different categories. Our operating budget is about 4.3 million, and we have a capital budget of about $500,000 for FY22. This slide shows our revenue sources. And so, revenues and expenditures are roughly status quo for FY22 in comparison to the FY21 adopted. For our side, since we're an internal service fund, we are largely funded by allocations from other departments. So we get allocations from all the other departments throughout the city who fund our operations. In this case, in FY22, those operating service fees from the other departments are about 4.48 million. And then we have a capital from the actual capital improvement plan contribution of about $135,000. That's partial funding for the Office 365 coupled with a voicemail system upgrade. The biggest differences on revenues on the change from FY22 to the FY21 adopted is simply a reduction in some hourly help that we had brought on in FY21, or we were continuing to use to finish off the implementation of some previous projects. So when we take that out, then we see our revenues are about 2.4% lower. And on the operating side, we do see a change from the adopted budget. And it's probably better to see that on the expenditure side, but the increase in revenues really has to do with the creation of the executive position, the IT director, as well as some revenues for software maintenance that used to be housed in other departments that are now centralized under the IT budget. Down below on the lowest row, you see we have an operating transfer to capital line, and what this is that every year To the extent that the IT operating budget has excess reserves above our reserve policy, we transfer those excess reserves to our capital fund, and that helps to fund and pay for what we call paint the bridge activities. These are our ongoing replacement of desktop computers and laptops, and also critical infrastructure. The reduction of 4% there is simply related to our replacement schedule. We have a robust inventory of all personal desktop, either desktop or laptop computers through the city, as well as all critical network infrastructure. We collect a certain amount of funding every year. Sometimes we collect too much, quote unquote, too much for a given year, sometimes not enough. But all in all, we're collecting enough on an amortization basis to fund those replacement activities, coupled with whatever excess revenues we have at the end of the prior year. So this year, for FY22, we're looking to contribute $178,773 from the operating budget to the capital budget. That is $110,000 from the departments and an additional revenues of $68,000 above our policy reserves that we're going ahead and transferring to the capital fund. Next slide, please. For our operating expenditures, the operating expenditures are increasing by about 13%, but I want to go into the story behind these numbers. So if we look at salaries and benefits, the biggest change, the 9.3%, this really similar to the revenues, accounts for the creation of the IT director position. It's simply that. The other big chunk of our budget is maintenance and support contracts. These are essentially licensing agreements for enterprise applications that information technology subscribes to. You can see that, and the reason I put this in orange is I want to highlight a couple things. You can see that in FY22, 1.1 million, it's a sizable chunk of our overall budget, are these licensing fees and these support agreements to make sure that the enterprise applications that we procure and deploy and maintain throughout the city are up and running and we have access to them. But this change in budget is really a false change, because what it represents, and I said it on the previous slide, in the past, maintenance and support agreements for various enterprise applications, whether it be a CELA or our utility billing system or Cartograph, our asset management system, were spread out and decentralized in other departments throughout the city. This change, this $428,000 change, is simply reflective of bringing those in-house under the IT department, so that there's continuity of subscriptions and things like that, and we can keep an eye on when things are due. So I put in the far column, this is a cost neutral increase because it's simply a consolidation from other departments to the IT department. But it does reflect that licensing agreements and maintenance and support agreements are a big chunk of our operating budget. The change in budget does reflect about a $20,000 increase in our use of something called seamless docs. As I mentioned earlier, as part of COVID, as part of our COVID response, we deployed about 20 different types of electronic signature forms. The adoption of that has taken hold, and our customers and our constituents are getting used to doing business with the city where they don't have to come to an office. Something they got used to doing during the COVID lockdown, but it's something that's continuing to be of high interest. So we went ahead and maintained and actually increased those licenses a bit as a customer service initiative. All of the other pieces of our budget, supplies and services, allocated costs, other things are relatively status quo. Our planned savings for the department is about $198,000. I'll get into that in another slide, but that's essentially reflective of keeping a position vacant for most of FY22. So our total dollar increase is about 13%. But again, if you net out the maintenance and support consolidation, it's relatively status quo. Next slide, please. So we also have a capital fund, and we have 3 projects in our capital fund, in our planned capital fund for FY22. Network infrastructure replacement and desktop or workstation replacement. Those are capital projects that you as council members see year over year over year, right? Those are just planned repair and replacement. And those are done pursuant to a maintenance schedule and a replacement schedule that we maintain. For example, for workstations, we have a goal, and it's actually a P3 metric for us, of replacing desktops every 5 years. So every year then we're replacing about 20% of our desktop inventory. And with the network infrastructure, whether it's servers or switches or other hardware, we are simply matching the vendor recommendations and security considerations and things like that to our cost schedule. So in FY22, our capital program is about $535,000. And Mr. Fiddler covered the voicemail and Office 365 rollout. It's highly anticipated throughout the city. I think everybody is looking forward to those additional collaboration tools, that additional functionality, the unlimited mailbox storage, which we know is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts, and also just makes searches for public records much more efficient. So we're greatly anticipating the rollout of that project. Next slide, please. So along with the other departments, we have some planned reductions. Ours are fairly simple. Next slide. Our reductions actually began in 21. Like other departments after March, we tightened our belt, trimmed expenses and things like that. But for FY22, we are fortunate in that we had a vacancy arise at the end of December of 2020 when our former IT manager retired from city service. So our planned reductions then really are very simple, and that's to keep that position open for a good portion of FY22. And that should help us to achieve that nearly $198,000 value. And so what that means for us, we have a new director coming in, right? So she or he will have to assume greater supervision of departmental staff and assume greater administrative burden. We have seasoned staff, we have very experienced staff. We believe that we can help that new director be successful while keeping this vacancy. And while still putting funds toward the critical infrastructure to keep us up and running and keep us secure. Next slide, please. And with that, Mr. Fiddler and I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and all the work you did, and you were down positions as well. So I congratulate you on all the good work. So council members, questions for Mr. Four or Mr. Fiddler at this point? And Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you for this presentation. I think my question might be more for Mr. Casey. I know that last year we had approved for, I believe, 3 director positions, and the IT was one of them, right? I'm just curious to know why we still don't have a director assigned, and what we're gonna do to make sure that we get one that is skilled and experienced, and why it's taken so long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. If you'll recall, last budget cycle, you created the new IT director position, but we kept it open as a salary savings. So we did not plan on filling it July 1 of last year due to our budget shortfalls and such uncertainty with COVID in the budget. It wasn't until January that we came back to council because we had a vacancy in the IT manager position. We said, let's use that as the opportunity of keeping the IT manager position open and fill it with the IT director. And so I came to council and you all approved that change. And so we've been recruiting for that position since then. It has been a challenging recruitment. We have gone out and interviewed a number of candidates. We had a number of finalists who in the end did not want to move to Santa Barbara because of the cost of housing and the pay level that the position is pegged at. And so it is a challenge. It's a challenge in a technology field where the private sector competes very aggressively for talent and often at a pay level that's much higher than what the city can afford to match. So we continue to actively recruit for that. And we hope to fill it as soon as we find a qualified candidate that we can encourage to be in the Santa Barbara locale and provide those services.
And I just want to thank the whole IT team. They've been such good troopers during this pandemic. I know I've been a pain to them as a council member. I've been very needy during the, working out of my home and a new desktop. I just want to thank you guys. You guys really do a lot behind the scenes for the city, and thank you so much for all your hard work.
Great, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Ford, we had a conversation over the weekend, and I was wondering, would this be an appropriate time to kind of voice some of those issues, or maybe some other time?
I think this would be a great time.
Okay. So one of the ideas that I spoke to Mr. Ford about over the weekend was the possibility of the city providing internet service to the residents, so that there's another provider of internet service other than just Cox. And Mr. Ford, if you don't mind, kind of voicing some of those points that you went over with me.
Absolutely, I'd be glad to. So we have, and this came off of a comment that you, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, made a couple of months ago at a council meeting. So we did some research that you had asked for about what are the municipal models out there for municipally deployed broadband. We looked at a couple. We looked at Santa Monica, who's done it. We looked at Pasadena, who's also done it. Manhattan Beach, which is in the planning stages, and then the city of Lompoc was another kind of hybrid model. It's not common, but it's not unheard of either, right? So we found four cities that had done it. What we learned was that the focus is generally almost exclusively on the business corridor. It's an economic development measure. It's something that is focused toward where the business community is. These cities, it's a long lead time. It's a big vision project. So everybody looks down the road quite a ways, right? It's worthwhile, and they said yes, it was worth doing, but it's got long lead times and big capital investment to do that. So they focused on business corridors, and all of these cities kind of started with the model of, well, let's serve municipal facilities that are in that location first, right? Kind of as the first concentric circle. Then we'll recruit some businesses, and then we'll expand outward as we go. None of them to this point had deployed into the residential sector, but I'll get to that in just a second, because I do have some comments on that. So again, it's a project that has a long lead time, but certainly not impossible, right? These cities have made it work, but it's an incremental progress thing. One of the options, and what they said is, well, you might want to look at opportunities, for example, for a co-installation of conduit while you're doing other big public works projects, for example. If you're gonna tear up the right of way and do a lot of work in the right of way on other utility corridors and conduits, that might be the time to even lay the conduit now, right? Whether or not we're servicing, just to sort of make a strategic move. On the residential side, in the city of Santa Barbara specifically, we are aware that Frontier, an ISP, a nationwide ISP, is looking at and evaluating and planning the deployment of broadband in the residential sector. I'm going to defer to Public Works Engineering on that because I don't want to over speak or under speak to that, but they've been in fairly regular contact with Frontier. So when the engineering budget presentation comes up, I think this discussion could very well continue. But that may take the pressure off the residential sector and focus the city on the business corridor, which aligns with the other models that we've talked about. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you for the update. Quite a few residents have been asking about it, and I appreciate the research you've done so far.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gutierrez. Any Ms. Sneddon question? And then I think we have one person still in the audience. Whenever we're done question, we'll go to that person. Go ahead. We're in question period, Ms. Sneddon, so go ahead. You have comment?
Just a comment. Thank you. I'll wait.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I got, so when we, it's so hard not to give praise and thank yous first before the questions, but I'll save that for comments. But when we go back to in-person, and we're anticipating, I suppose, that council will come back in first, and then we may or may not have the public yet, and we haven't really discussed this. Do you anticipate that we'll have further technology needs that we don't already have in place, or will that require a whole nother changeover similar to what we've already been through?
Well, I can say that we as staff level are actively looking at what it looks like, after June 15th or so, or early in the summer. And so we believe we have the technology installed, and this was a city, this is really a city TV technology issue, but Mr. Ruggieri, who we all know, he's always several steps ahead, right? He's been installing equipment and testing. It's still a bit of an unknown frontier. We're certainly talking to other jurisdictions a lot about what are you all planning? What are the limitations? I think having, as an initial step, having council in chambers with the city attorney and the city manager is probably easily doable. We're working out public comment, but I would imagine that public comment for at least the time being would likely be remote, and then we're kind of getting our heads around, and we've been trying to do this, so we're not just starting, but we've been trying to get our heads around what does public comment look like, not only as an initial foray, but but moving forward, and even looking at platforms that we're using and things, and which ones have greater functionality. So.
That was
Thank you,
maybe
Madam
my
Mayor.
next question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Mr. Ford can follow up more on looking at different platforms. The other thing to consider, and we'll talk about it Friday at the budget session, is the labor that it takes to run these types of meetings. It's really labor intensive, and it's starting to catch up to us as we kind of draw in resources from throughout the city to support this type of setup. So that's another thing we're having to evaluate and look at.
Thank you. And that was going to be my other question, is we're renewing, I think it was last year that we renewed our go-to meeting and we upped those licenses, and we've heard a lot from the public that it's not as accessible as maybe another platform. And I don't know if that's in this particular budget cycle, but I think that might be something that I was interested in how that, if you're looking at that or not, moving into the next year.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sand, I can address that. So recognizing that, we negotiated pretty hard with LogMe and the vendor to not require, their default are year-long licenses, and we didn't want to be trapped into that. And so we negotiated with them pretty intensely, and they accommodated us. I think we're the only customer that they've ever granted this to. but they cut that down to 6 months to allow us to use a product that we know works and we know how to do it, but also lets us experiment with other things on a short-term basis, and we're not locked into that product for an entire year.
Thank you. That's good news. And then to Councilmember Gutierrez's questions too, I have a follow-up there. I'm completely in support of expansion of broadband and whatever we can do to stay away from 5G personally. And COVID has sort of changed the way we all do business and communication. And it's not just the business corridor anymore that would need this. I think it's learners at home and people working from home, and the Hillside Riviera, notoriously terrible internet connections, even with the highest available from Cox. And I know that there have been discussions about fiber optics and whether that would be possible or different forms of expansion. So I'm fully supportive of looking into that, and just wondering within this department, or would it be through Public Works that maybe that infrastructure grant funding, federal funding might be available, or what options there might be for outside funding?
It's a good question. So we're looking at funding sources. Some of the COVID-related relief funding specifically mentioned broadband, so we're trying to track those down. It's going to be both departments, and I would imagine that Public Works will take a heavier piece of the actual planning of that, because so much of this is going to be right-of-way oriented. And so we kind of have an internal working group of staff from Public Works and IT that are jointly trying to put together the research. But we've already connected. We don't have a whole lot of answers right this second, but we're really trying to plug away on it.
Thank you.
Very good. I don't see any other questions. So Ms. Gorman, is Marco Farrell raising his hand? I see one name in the attendees list.
Madam Mayor, he is not raising his hand, and I sent him a message inquiring if he wished to speak on this item and did not hear back. So I don't think he wishes to.
Okay, very good. Well, we will open and close public comment and make our closing remarks. Ms. Sneddon, closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just in closing, just thank you for your exceptional adaptability this year. It has been incredible learning curve for all of us, and you just made it seamless that it was within that week, the shutdown. We were already having meetings online and not in person, and just really incredible work on that. I have to say the clean energy site is beautiful. It is really such a great, modern, clean, cheerful example, and it's so accessible and so much information, but so pleasing, and really a fantastic work effort there. And if that's sort of the model for what the rest of the updates are going to look like, I can't wait. I'm just really looking forward to that. And just the comment that I completely support the expansion of broadband and looking into that in the future. I realize this budget cycle is difficult in so many ways, but if it's, to be looking long range at how to be securing those funds or what we could do on that. And excited about the OneDrive also. I think I'm going to use that for my personal accounts, and it's so convenient and helpful, and looking forward to the expansion of that. So thank you. You're a small and mighty department, and you do so much for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, thanks again for all the hard work that that's been done to keep us technologically up to date. I just want to emphasize that I believe that we should stay as accessible as possible for the public to be able to participate in our meetings and decision making and able to communicate with us. So whatever we can do to make it as virtual and and accessible for people, I believe that I'm all for that. The other thing I forgot to mention earlier was if there was any update on potentially having an app related to the city and its services, so that the people can, again, better communicate with us. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say for now. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, that's the constituent relationship management application that you're speaking of. We are on that. You'll find that in the capital improvement plan budget for FY23. When we came to you in September of 2020, we asked for your direction to move us off of the really great progress we made on the procurement of that app and shift to the website, because the website was quickly reaching its end of life and we were having a hard time with it. So you directed us to do that in September, but you also directed us, when we are done implementing the website, which will be early 2022, we get right back on the CRM application. So it is in our work plan, most certainly.
Thank you for that, Mr. Four, and thank you for taking notes on all of our comments and for the budget presentation and for all your good work during pandemic. We're not out of it yet. We're making adjustments, and you have all of our best wishes, and thanks so much for today.
Thank you.
And I'll close the information technology budget hearing and close the meeting with the reminder that we're back on Friday, May 7th, 9 a.m. for a budget hearing, City Administrator's Office, Mayor and Council, Human Resources Department, and the Finance Department. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.